Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? The first sound was not a scream, but a knock. Sharp, hollow, deliberate. It echoed through the old farmhouse like the tapping of fingernails against a coffin lid. 3 knocks, then silence. Whoever, or whatever, stood on the other side of the door didn't speak, didn't shift their weight, didn't even breathe. Just 3 knocks. Then nothing. The family had lived in that house for decades, long enough to know its language. They knew how the wind scraped across the warped shutters, how raccoons scurried across the tin roof at night, how the pipes groaned like a dying man whenever someone flushed the toilet upstairs. But this sound was different. This was not the house talking. This was someone outside waiting to be let in. It was Evelyn who heard it first, or at least who admitted it out loud. She was sitting in the living room, a book resting on her lap, when the sound jolted her from a paragraph she had read 3 times without processing. Her husband Mark, slouched in the chair across from her, pretended not to notice, though his knuckles whitened around the armrests. Their son, Alex, sprawled on the rug with a controller in his hands, froze mid-game. "That was the wind?" Mark said finally, too quickly and too softly. Evelyn didn't answer. She just stared at the front door, its peeling paint catching the faint glow of the lamp, the brass handle dull with fingerprints that had long since lost their owners. She counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Another knock, this one slower, louder, as if whoever stood outside had grown impatient. Alex set the controller down and sat up. His voice cracked when he whispered, "Mom." The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. The house swallowed it whole, every board and beam tightening like a throat holding back words. Evelyn's heart hammered against her ribs. She wanted to stand, to fling the door open, and prove it was just a trick of her ears, but her body refused to move. And then came the 3rd knock, the final one. Mark pushed himself up and crossed the room. He didn't look at his wife or at his son. He just reached for the door. Evelyn hissed his name. A warning, but he ignored it. His hand hovered over the handle. That was when the smell seeped in. Faint, but unmistakable, the rot of damp soil. Coppery like rusted nails, sweet in the way rotting fruit is sweet. It oozed beneath the doorframe, curling into their noses, settling heavy in their lungs. Evelyn gagged, covering her mouth with her hand. "Mark," she said again, this time louder. "Don't." But the handle turned anyway. The door creaked open a few inches, and the night spilled inside. Cold air licked the floor. A moth fluttered against the porch light, wings beating like frantic whispers. The smell deepened, thickened, until it felt like they were drowning in it. There was nothing on the porch. No figure, no shadow. Just the empty road stretching into the dark fields beyond, the fence posts leaning like crooked teeth, the wind stirring the dead leaves. Mark opened the door wider, leaning into the frame, squinting into the darkness. "See," he said, though his voice shook. "Nobody there." And then, just as quickly as it had come, the smell vanished. The night air was crisp again, sharp with the scent of pine and smoke from a distant chimney. Mark stepped back inside and closed the door, shaking his head as if brushing off a cobweb. Evelyn wanted to argue, wanted to scream at him for being so reckless, but something in her chest warned her to stay quiet. Alex returned to his game. Though he didn't touch the controller again, Mark sat back down. Evelyn pretended to read, but none of them stopped listening. That night, Evelyn dreamed of doors. Endless hallways lined with them, each one identical, each one locked. She could hear things on the other side, whispers, scratching, something heavy dragging across wood. She tried each handle, but none of them would open. And then, somewhere far behind her, 3 knocks echoed. She turned, but the hallway stretched on forever, and she couldn't tell where the sound had come from. She woke to find her nails had dug crescent moons into her palms. The next morning, the smell was still in her hair. Mark insisted on brushing it off. A stray dog, a prank, kids from town. He listed excuses with the steadiness of a man who needed them to be true. Evelyn didn't push him. She just watched him leave for work, his truck rumbling down the gravel road, a plume of dust rising behind it. The day passed in a haze. Evelyn tried to clean, tried to bake, tried to read, but her ears never stopped straining for the sound. Every creak of the house made her flinch. When Alex came in from the yard, dirt streaking his arms, she grabbed him too quickly by the shoulders and asked if he'd seen anyone. "No," he said, confused. "Why?" She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. That night, it started again. 3 knocks. Only this time, they came from the back door. Evelyn's body seized, her breath locking in her throat. Mark stood, fists clenched, as if he'd been waiting for it. Alex whispered, "Dad, don't open it." The smell followed. Stronger now. It curled along the floor like fog, pooling at their feet, sinking into the cracks between the floorboards. Evelyn thought she could hear something under the house, something wet and slow-moving. The knocks came again, louder. Mark took a step toward the kitchen, toward the back door, but Evelyn grabbed his arm. "No," she snapped, her voice breaking. Not this time. They stood frozen, the 3 of them, as the knocks grew softer, slower, until they faded into silence. The smell lingered. That night, Evelyn didn't sleep at all. On the 3rd day, the house changed. It began with the mirrors. Every reflection seemed wrong. Too pale, too thin, eyes too wide. Evelyn stared at herself in the bathroom mirror until her vision blurred, but she couldn't shake the feeling that her reflection was waiting for her to blink so it could move on its own. She covered it with a towel. Alex complained of whispers in his room. Mark snapped at him to stop making things up, but Evelyn heard them too. Soft voices behind the walls, words too faint to catch, but steady enough to keep her skin crawling. By evening, even Mark had stopped pretending. When the knocks came again, this time from the basement door, none of them moved. They tried to leave on the 4th day. Mark packed a bag, told Alex to get in the truck, but the truck wouldn't start. The engine groaned, sputtered, died. He tried again and again, until sweat darkened his shirt and his voice cracked with curses. Evelyn stood on the porch, scanning the road, her pulse racing. No one passed. No sound but the cicadas screaming in the fields. When they returned inside, the smell was waiting, stronger than ever. That night, Evelyn dreamed of the hallway again, but this time one of the doors stood open. From the darkness within, something stepped out. She couldn't see its face, only its shadow stretching across the floor, long and broken like a spider's legs. It raised its hand, and 3 knocks echoed behind her skull. She woke with blood on her pillow. Her nose had bled in the night. By the 5th day, the house had stopped pretending to be theirs. The furniture felt rearranged when they left a room, though everything appeared the same. The clocks ticked out of rhythm, second hands stuttering like broken hearts. Food spoiled overnight. Alex swore he saw someone standing in the cornfield at dusk, though when Mark looked, it was gone. The knocks came from the attic this time, and with them came a voice. Not words, not language, just a sound like breath forced through waterlogged lungs. It rasped with each knock, louder, closer. Evelyn pressed her hands to her ears, but it seeped in anyway, vibrating in her bones. When she glanced at Alex, she realized he was crying. Not because of the sound, but because he was mouthing the words along with it. He could understand. That was when she knew they would not leave this house alive. And yet, despite everything, despite the smell, the knocks, the whispers, the voices, it wasn't until the 7th night that she realized the worst truth of all. The thing at the door, the thing in the walls, hadn't come to get in. It had been inside the house the whole time, and they had been opening doors for it all along. The next morning, the house was silent. Not quiet, silent. No birdsong outside, no breeze brushing against the windows, no groan of wood shifting in the walls. It was as though the house had drawn in a breath and held it, waiting for something. Evelyn awoke first, her eyes already open before her mind caught up. Her first thought wasn't of the knocking or the dreams. It was that she could hear her own heartbeat. That wasn't normal. The house had never been silent. Not once in the 12 years they'd lived there. Not when the wind tore through the fields. Not when the roof cried in the rain. Not even when her father died on the porch, clutching his chest, a look of panic frozen on his face. Mark lay next to her, still asleep, his brow furrowed as if in a nightmare. She didn't want to wake him. She didn't want to speak. There was a weight in the air now, something thick and waiting, something that pressed down on her shoulders and made her want to crawl out of her own skin. When she got out of bed, the floorboards didn't creak. Her bare feet touched the cold wood, and still. Nothing. No sound. As she crossed the hallway, she noticed the shadows were wrong. They moved when she didn't, stretched in directions the light didn't cast. And in the hallway mirror, the one she hadn't covered yet, she caught a flash of someone behind her. But when she turned, the hallway was empty. She didn't scream. Screaming felt pointless now. Alex was sitting at the kitchen table, his face pale, his eyes hollow. He didn't look up when she entered. He just stared at his bowl of cereal. The spoon still in his hand, though his fingers looked like they hadn't moved in hours. The cereal was soggy, bloated with milk that had gone pink. Evelyn stepped closer and realized it wasn't milk. Alex. Her voice cracked in the stillness. He didn't respond. She touched his shoulder, and he flinched hard enough to knock the bowl over. The red liquid splashed across the table, dripping onto the floor. He scrambled back in his chair, eyes wide, mouth open, but no sound coming out. "It's me," Evelyn said softly. "It's just me." Alex blinked like he was coming out of a trance. Then, quietly, he said, "It talked to me last night." Evelyn's breath caught. "What do you mean?" "In the wall. It said my name. Over and over. But it wasn't like saying it. It was like it was inside my head, and it asked me if I was ready to open the door." "What door?" Alex shook his head. "I don't know." But I said no. I kept saying no. And then I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I thought I was going to die. Evelyn knelt beside him, held his face in her hands. He was ice cold. "You're okay now. You're okay. We're going to be okay." But she didn't believe it. She stood and looked at the back door. It was closed, but something had scratched the paint off in wide, angry gashes. Not animal scratches. Not claws. Fingers. Mark came downstairs not long after. He looked worse than both of them. His eyes were bloodshot, his shirt was damp with sweat, and he smelled like the rot. The same rot from the knocking. "I saw it," he said. Neither Evelyn nor Alex spoke. "In my dream. Last night. It was in the attic. But the attic wasn't the attic. It was a room I'd never seen before. And there were doors. Like hundreds of them. Some open. Some locked. And one of them had my name carved into it." Evelyn felt cold flood her chest. "What did it do?" she asked. Mark ran a hand over his face. "It didn't open it. But it wanted me to. Said it couldn't unless I let it. Said I already had once." They were quiet for a long time after that. The decision to go into the attic wasn't one they made out loud. It happened like the knocking. It crept up slowly, until it was simply there. An unspoken agreement. An inevitable pull. It was Mark who climbed the ladder first. Evelyn followed, flashlight in hand, her fingers trembling against the metal rungs. Alex waited at the bottom, refusing to go up but refusing to be alone. The attic was as it always had been. Dusty, filled with boxes of forgotten things. Old furniture draped in yellowing sheets. But the air was heavier. And the smell was inside the walls now. Mark stepped onto the creaking boards and turned slowly. "It's here," he whispered. "Somewhere." They searched in silence, moving slowly, touching nothing. Evelyn's flashlight beam wavered, catching a figure beneath a sheet. She lifted the cloth and found a mirror. Not a dusty, forgotten mirror, but a new one, full length, untouched. She caught her reflection, and something blinked. But she hadn't blinked. Mark turned toward the far wall, then stopped. There's something behind here. The paneling looked different, not newer, but wrong. As if it had been added recently, hastily, to cover something. Evelyn stepped beside him and pressed her hand to the wood. It was warm, pulsing. She recoiled. Mark didn't hesitate. He grabbed the crowbar from the nearby toolbox and pried the panel loose. It fell with a thud, revealing a small door. Evelyn's knees buckled. It was exactly like the one in her dream. Small, wooden carved, with her name etched deep into the grain. Mark looked at her. Yours too. She nodded. Alex's voice drifted up from below, small and broken. Don't open it. But it was too late. Mark turned the knob. The door opened into blackness. Not shadow, complete, swallowing black. The flashlight couldn't cut through it. It was like the light was afraid to enter. Evelyn reached for Mark, but he was already leaning in. A sound came out of the dark. Not words, not breathing, just hunger. And then a hand reached out. Pale. Long fingers. Nails like splinters. It grabbed Mark by the wrist. He screamed. Evelyn lunged, grabbing his arm, pulling with all her strength. But the thing was strong. Stronger than anything should be. It yanked hard. Mark's feet slid on the floor. Then Alex was there, screaming, grabbing his father's other arm. Together, they pulled, and suddenly, the hand let go. Mark flew backward, crashing into boxes. Evelyn slammed the small door shut and shoved the fallen panel back into place. The room snapped into silence again. Mark was shaking, bleeding. It almost got me. What the hell is that? Evelyn asked, voice shaking. Mark looked at her. It's not in the house. He pointed at the wall. That thing, wherever it comes from, it's underneath. Beneath everything. It's not haunting this place. It's growing into it. Like roots. Like a cancer. Alex looked between them. We have to burn it. No, Mark said quickly. We don't know what happens if we try. What if that just lets it out? Evelyn didn't answer. Her thoughts were racing too fast. That night, they didn't sleep. They took shifts. One watched while the others tried to rest, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time Evelyn closed her eyes, she saw the hand again. Every time Mark drifted, he felt its grip on his wrist. At 3:11 a.m., the knocking started again, but not from the doors, from inside the walls. The house shook, just slightly, enough to rattle the windows. Alex ran from his room, pale and soaked in sweat. It's in the vents. I heard it crawling. They sat in the living room, weapons in hand. A bat, a knife, a fireplace poker. None of it felt like enough. And then they heard the voice again. Only now, it wasn't whispering. It was laughing. A long, dry, hollow laugh. Like lungs full of dirt. And it said, clearly, you've already let me in. The rest is just manners. Mark stood. No more waiting. We end this. Now he went to the garage and grabbed the gas cans. Evelyn didn't try to stop him. She just looked at the house around her, at the shadows that didn't move with the light, at the mirrors that looked back with wrong eyes, at the smell that had soaked into the bones of the house itself. They poured gasoline up the stairs, into the attic, down the hall. Alex watched silently. When Mark lit the match, the fire caught instantly. Too fast. As if the house had been waiting for it. It roared to life, and the knocking exploded into thunder, not from the doors, from under the floor, from the walls, from inside the fire. The voice screamed, not in fear, but in joy. You opened the door, it howled, and now I am in everything. Flames tore through the ceiling. The house moaned, cracking, weeping ash. Evelyn grabbed Alex and ran for the front door. Mark was close behind, but just before they reached it, the door slammed shut. By itself, the locks turned. 1, 2, 3. They were not locked in, they were being kept. The door did not just close, it sealed. There was no rattle in the frame, no draft through the edges, no movement in the hinges. It closed like a vault, tight and absolute, and the sound it made wasn't a bang or a slam. It was a click. Final, cold. Evelyn screamed, pounding against the wood, the heat already rising against her back. The fire spread fast, too fast. It moved like it had a mind, skipping the slow crawl of real flames. Curtains vanished in a single burst. The walls cracked, bleeding black smoke. The air became thick, syrupy, alive. Mark rammed the door with his shoulder. Once, twice. Nothing. The frame didn't even tremble. Behind them, the flames climbed the staircase with the same rhythm as the knocking had come, like footsteps. 1, 2, 3, and the voice was still there, underneath it all. Laughter, wet and low, curling around the fire like it had always belonged. Alex was coughing now, his hand wrapped around Evelyn's. He was shaking, his eyes red not just from the smoke. "It won't let us go," he whispered. "It wants us here." "Windows!" Mark shouted, turning from the door. "We break the damn windows!" They ran, through the smoke-filled hallway, into the living room, the fire now licking the ceiling. Evelyn grabbed the fireplace poker and swung it at the front window. The glass didn't break, it bent. Like it wasn't glass anymore. Like it was something watching them. Mark tried the one above the kitchen sink. Nothing. Evelyn turned to the mirror by the stairs, the one she'd been too scared to cover. The flames reflected back, brighter than they were in the room itself. But so did something else. Behind her, behind all of them, was a figure. It wasn't the thing from the door. It wasn't the hand. It was something else. A shape, humanoid. But wrong, too tall, too thin. Its limbs twitched like they were learning how to move. Its mouth didn't open. It split. She turned to look. Nothing. She turned back to the mirror. Still there? Alex was looking too now, frozen. "Is that Grandpa?" Evelyn stared. It did look like her father, at least, in shape. But stretched, drained, like something had worn his skin for too long. "I saw him," Alex said, choking on the words. "In my dream. He opened the door. He told me it was safe." "That's not him," Evelyn whispered. "That's not him." The mirror cracked. Just once? A thin, perfect line running from the top to the bottom, right through the reflection's face. Then, without warning, the fire stopped. Not died down, not faded. Stopped. One moment, the house was a furnace. The next, it was silent, cold. The air didn't clear. The smoke didn't drift away. It vanished. Everything went still. The lights flickered. And the front door creaked open. They didn't move. The air beyond the door wasn't morning light. It wasn't the yard or the gravel driveway or the fields. It was fog. Dense, endless fog. Mark took a step forward. Evelyn grabbed his hand. "No," she whispered. He looked back at her. "Do you want to stay here?" She didn't answer. Because even though the fire was gone, the house felt emptier. Not safer, just more hollow, as if something had been fed. And somewhere in the silence, the knocking returned. But not from any door. From beneath their feet, they ran. Through the open door, into the fog. It swallowed them immediately, clinging to their skin like wet cotton. It wasn't cold. It was clammy, pulsing, breathing. The house vanished behind them within seconds. No sign of the porch, the mailbox, the gravel road. Just white, endless fog. And a new sound, not knocking. Not voices, footsteps soft, deliberate, following. Evelyn gripped Alex's hand tighter. Mark led the way, eyes darting, turning in slow circles as they walked. "This isn't outside," he said. "This is somewhere else." "We just keep moving," Evelyn whispered. "We'll find the edge." But there was no edge. After what felt like an hour, they came to a shape. A structure, barely visible through the fog. It was a building, small, square, wooden. Evelyn stepped closer. The wood was old, dark with moisture, the grain warped like veins. It looked like a shed, but something was wrong with the angles. The corners were too sharp. The roof too low. It had a door. No handle. Just 3 deep gouges down the front, like it had been scratched open from the inside. Mark raised a hand to push it, but Evelyn stopped him. "What if this is another trick?" Alex spoke, his voice dull. "It's not a trick. It's a choice. They turned to him. What do you mean? I heard it again, he said. It told me. We opened the door in the house. But this is our door. Mark frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Alex pointed behind them. They turned. In the fog, a second structure was forming. Another shed, but this one made of metal, clean lines, new bolts, no scratches. And beyond that, a third, then a fourth, then more, each one different. Each one with a door, each one facing them. Choices, Alex said again. One of them is the way out. The others, he didn't finish. They stood there, surrounded by doors. Evelyn felt panic rise in her throat. How do we know which one is right? We don't, Mark said. Alex was staring at the original shed, the one with the scratches. It wants me to pick that one. Evelyn looked at him. Then we pick a different one. But Alex was already walking toward it. No. Evelyn ran after him, grabbed his arm. You don't listen to it! You never listen to it! He looked up at her, tears in his eyes. It said if I don't open it, it'll find you instead. Mark stepped forward. It's bluffing. Alex just shook his head. No, it's not. Evelyn was crying now. Then we all go together. No one opens a door alone. They turned to the metal shed. The clean one. It had a window. Mark peered through. Inside was a room, white walls, a table, a phone. It looked like an office. Then the phone rang. He jumped. They all heard it. A shrill, piercing ring. No one moved. Why would there be a phone? Evelyn whispered. Mark didn't answer. He opened the door. Inside, the phone kept ringing. Mark stepped in. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut. Evelyn screamed, running to it, pounding on it. Mark, no answer. Alex stood frozen. That wasn't the right one. The fog around them thickened. The other doors began to change. The structures shifted. Some crumbled, some twisted. One began to bleed. Then, from behind them, the original scratched shed creaked open. No wind, no force, just invitation. Evelyn backed away. We're not going in there. Alex didn't move. He stared at the opening. Inside was darkness. No floor, no ceiling, just a black hole. Then, from deep inside, a voice called out. Mom. Her blood froze. It was Mark's voice. Don't, she whispered. It's not him. Alex took a step forward. What if it is? Help me, the voice cried. It was Mark's voice. Weak, hurt, but distorted. Like it had been recorded. Played back through something broken. Evelyn grabbed Alex again. If you go in there, we don't come back out. You hear me? Alex looked at her, shaking. Then what do we do? Evelyn looked around. The doors were closing, one by one. Time was running out. Then, suddenly, the phone inside the metal shed rang again, even though the door had sealed. The ringing echoed louder. From everywhere, Evelyn looked at Alex. Run. They turned. Away from the scratched door, away from the phone, into the fog. And the fog chased them. They don't know how long they ran. Minutes. Hours. Time stretched and cracked. Their legs burned. Their lungs ached. But they kept going. Then, just as their strength gave out, they found something else, a wall. Not a structure, a wall. Tall, endless. And in it, a door. A real door. Wooden, plain, unmarked. Evelyn reached for the handle. But there was a keyhole, and no key. She collapsed to her knees. No, she sobbed. No, no, no. Alex stood behind her, still, eyes fixed on something in the fog. And then, from behind them, the hand returned. Long, pale, fingers twitching, holding a key. The hand didn't move quickly. It didn't lunge or snatch or claw. It simply extended, as though offering a gift. The key rested between its fingers like a prize, metal gleaming faintly even in the gray wash of the fog. Evelyn couldn't move. She watched it from where she knelt at the door, her breath caught in her throat, her heartbeat a dull drumbeat in her ears. The hand was impossibly long, the skin too pale, too thin. Veins ran just beneath the surface, dark and twitching like worms. Alex stood still, not trembling, not crying, just staring at the hand. Don't take it, Evelyn whispered, barely able to speak. It's the only way, Alex said softly, voice detached. You said we needed a key. It brought us one. It wants us to think that, Evelyn said. "It's playing with us." But Alex took a step forward. The hand didn't retreat. If anything, it moved closer. Just a few inches. Enough that Evelyn could hear the faint creak of its joints. She didn't want to look at its nails. She didn't want to look at the fingers, or the way the wrist didn't quite connect right. But worst of all, she didn't want to see what it might be attached to, just beyond the fog. "Don't," she said again, firmer this time, rising to her feet and stepping in front of her son. Alex looked up at her, and for a moment, she thought he might cry again. But instead, he just asked, "What if Dad's behind that door?" The question struck her like a punch. Because what if he was? What if the voice had been real? What if this door, the only one unmarked, unwarped, untouched, was the only true one? And the key, the only way through? She looked at the hand again. Still there, still waiting. Not offering, not forcing. Just waiting. She reached out slowly. The fingers unfurled just enough to let the key drop into her palm. It was cold. Heavier than it looked. Black, metal, rough, edged, old-fashioned. The grooves were jagged, almost crude, like it had been carved rather than forged. Her skin tingled where it touched her palm, like she'd grabbed something electric. The hand withdrew instantly, vanishing into the mist as though it had never existed at all. The fog grew quiet. The air settled. Evelyn stepped back to the door, holding the key. Alex moved beside her. "What if this is it?" he asked. "What if it gets worse after this?" She didn't answer. There were no good answers left. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying click. She hesitated, her fingers trembling over the handle. "Ready?" she asked. Alex nodded, even though he clearly wasn't. She turned the key. The lock clicked again. Then again, 3 times, like the knocks, and then the door opened. No fog inside, no darkness, just a hallway, clean, lit, wooden floor, pale wallpaper with a faint rose pattern. Familiar. Too familiar. Evelyn stepped in slowly. Her feet hit the floor softly, making just enough sound to remind her this was real. Alex followed. They were standing in the hallway of their house. Not a copy. Not a trick. Their actual home. Same photo frames on the wall. Same tiny crack in the corner of the ceiling. Same scratch on the floor from when Mark dragged the old dresser in 4 years ago. But it was empty. Evelyn called out. "Mark." No answer. The silence was deep. Thicker than before. The kind that lived in the walls. They moved down the hallway. The kitchen was untouched. The living room the same. The windows now looked out onto darkness. Pure black, as though the world beyond had been erased. Something was off with the light. Not the source, but the way it fell. Shadows didn't behave properly. Corners stayed too dark, and once, just once, Evelyn saw her own shadow move before she did. Alex walked into his room and came out immediately, pale-faced. "It's not right," he said. "None of it's right." She checked her room. Same bed, same quilt. Even the drawer still half open where she kept her journal. But the air inside the room was freezing. Her breath puffed out in clouds, even though no cold wind touched her skin. They reached the basement door last. It was closed, locked, but not with a keyhole, with a chain. 3 loops of rusted chain ran through heavy iron brackets, ending in a padlock shaped like a skull. Not a decoration, a real skull, small, human. Evelyn stepped back. "No," she whispered. "We're not opening that." But behind the door something breathed, loud, wet, as if lungs filled with mud were struggling to push air through. The wood pulsed with the rhythm. Alex took a step closer. "This isn't just a house anymore. It's something else now. We're inside it. Then we find a way out." He pointed to the padlock. "Or we go deeper." Evelyn looked at the walls, the hallway, the photos on the shelf. One caught her eye. A picture of them at the beach years ago. But their faces had been smudged. All 3, as if someone had taken a thumb and rubbed away their identities. She pulled the photo from the frame. The paper was wet, with blood. "This place wants us to forget," she said. "It wants to unmake us." They turned to leave the hallway, but the front door was gone. Not closed, not locked, gone, where it had been, only wallpaper. The same faint roses, seamless. The house had sealed itself. They were inside its body now. The walls began to breathe. Not metaphorically, they expanded, contracted. A subtle shift, like the house was stretching in its sleep. Evelyn grabbed Alex's arm, pulled him close. The lights flickered. The floor underfoot rippled once, like something large rolled beneath it. Then the knocking returned. But this time, not from a door, from within the mirror. The hallway mirror, tall and narrow, rippled like water. Then the glass bulged outward, as if something behind it was trying to step through. Evelyn didn't wait. She grabbed a lamp from the hallway table and smashed it into the mirror. Glass exploded outward. Behind it, nothing, no wall, just black space. A void deep and vast, stretching beyond vision, and far in the distance of voices. Crying, laughing, whispers calling her name. Mark's voice, her father's, her own. She turned away, but Alex was gone. She screamed his name, running from room to room, heart slamming. The house seemed to shift around her, doorways turning, corridors bending. She screamed louder, no answer, until she heard it, a soft knock 3 times. From inside the basement. The padlock was gone, the chains hung limp, the door stood ajar. Evelyn pressed her hand to it. It swung inward. A single stair led down. Not the old wooden steps she remembered, but black stone. Wet, dripping, she descended. 1 step, then another. Each step dropped lower than it should. The air grew thick, heavy. The scent of decay filled her nose again. Worse this time. As if time had rotted down here, she heard crying. Alex, she called. It stopped. Then a voice answered. Mom? It was him. She ran. Down the stairs, deeper into the dark, until she reached a wide room. In the center, Alex, sitting cross-legged, facing another version of himself. Both looked identical, same clothes, same face, same terrified eyes. Don't move, one of them said. No, said the other. That one's not me. Please, said the first. It's pretending. Mom, you have to believe me, said the second. They both stood now, identical, mirrored. Evelyn's hands shook. Which one? She whispered. Then she noticed. The first boy had a shadow. The second didn't. She lunged forward and grabbed the first. The second snarled, a sound not human, and twisted. Limbs bending the wrong way, mouth widening into something unnatural. It leapt. Evelyn threw the real Alex behind her and swung the lamp again. It connected with the thing's head. It shrieked, not in pain, but rage. It vanished in a blink. The room trembled. Stone cracked. From the ceiling above, voices spilled down, chanting, laughing, begging. The walls split open. Eyes opened in the cracks. Mouths too. Alex grabbed her hand. This way, he shouted. A hole had opened in the floor. No stairs, no light, just down. They jumped. They landed on dirt. Wet. Loose, freshly turned. They were in a graveyard, their own backyard, except the house wasn't behind them. Only graves. Hundreds. Thousands. Stretching on and on into fog. And one grave freshly dug. Their names carved into the stone. Beneath it, the knocking began again. And this time, it was knocking from inside the grave. The grave pulsed like a heartbeat. Not metaphorically, literally. The soil rose and fell with an impossible rhythm, exhaling a warm stench that smelled like rotting teeth and burnt hair. Evelyn's stomach twisted. The headstone stood unnaturally tall, rising out of the ground at an angle, smooth and black as oil. The engraving, her name and Alex's, shone with a faint, blood-red hue. The letters looked carved with something jagged. They weren't etched. They were torn into the stone. Why are our names here? Alex asked, voice too calm for a question like that. Evelyn couldn't answer. She stepped closer, trying to tell herself this wasn't real. This wasn't the yard behind their house. Even if the outline of the dead tree was exactly right, even if the twisted swing chain still hung from the lowest branch. She knelt at the grave and touched the soil. It was warm, soft, alive. Her fingers came away red, not with blood, but with something thicker, something older. The knocking returned, 3 times, from beneath. her breath caught. The same rhythm, always the same. She reached for Alex, intending to pull him back, to turn them around and run in the opposite direction. But before her hand touched him, something shifted in the grave, a ripple beneath the soil. Not a hand, not yet. Just movement. Something coiling, something stretching. Then came the sound, not a voice, a scream. Marks. It clawed its way up through the ground, not muffled. Clear, like it was being funneled straight into her ears. "Help me," Evelyn screamed back. "Mark, where are you?" His voice cracked, strained. "Here!" Under, and then it stopped, cut off. Alex dropped to his knees beside the grave. "We have to dig." "No," Evelyn grabbed him. "We don't? He's down there." "I know," she whispered. "But that's what it wants." He looked at her, eyes brimming. "Then what do? We just leave him." Evelyn looked at the grave again. The soil had gone still. No more movement. No more screams. But the headstone had changed. Now it said only one name: Alex. Evelyn's name was gone. The ground beneath him sank. Just slightly. Like the grave was breathing again, deeper this time. Alex stumbled back, and the soil he'd been kneeling on collapsed. A hole opened, fast, violent, and deep, and swallowed the earth where he had been. Evelyn pulled him back just in time. They fell into each other, landing hard, the whole gate before them now. A perfect circle, blacker than anything should be. From inside it breathing. And then, another voice. Not Mark's. Her own. "Evelyn," it whispered. But it wasn't calling for help. It was laughing. They ran again. Through the graveyard. Through rows and rows of crooked headstones. Some cracked. Some broken. Some with no names at all. The fog thickened around them, sucking at their legs like wet sand. Evelyn tried not to look at the other graves, but some names stood out. Familiar names. Her mother. Her sister. Alex's best friend. People who were still alive. People who should be alive. But the headstones looked old, weathered. One of them had a date, 3 days from now. She didn't tell Alex. They found a fence. Iron. Tall. Rusted. It ringed the entire cemetery like a ribcage. Beyond it, trees. Thick and black and knotted, their branches clawing at the sky. A single gate stood open. Evelyn hesitated. Gates in places like this never led to safety, but behind them the fog was moving. Rolling, shifting. Chasing. They ran through the gate and into the woods. The trees were wrong. No leaves, no bark. Just smooth, black trunks. As if the forest had been made from something melted and cooled. The ground was soft, spongy. Sometimes Evelyn's feet sank too far, and she could swear she felt something squirm beneath her soles. And then they saw the house. It wasn't their house, but it was close. Same layout. Same porch. Same door. But the proportions were off. The angles sharper, the windows taller, and the chimney twisted up like a broken spine. A light glowed in one upstairs window. Alex stopped. "Do we go in?" Evelyn didn't answer. Her breath caught as she looked at the door. It was already open. Just slightly, welcoming. Inside, the house was quiet still, exactly like their own. But not. Every photo on the wall showed people with blank faces. No eyes, no mouths, just skin stretched too tight. The furniture was the same rug, same couch, same dining table, but covered in dust, like no one had lived there in years. "Mom," Alex whispered, "I don't think this is a copy." She turned to him. "Then what is it?" "I think this was our house, or will be. Or, it's hard to explain, but it feels like ours, like a version of it." Evelyn's skin prickled. A version. A house they hadn't lived in yet, or had already died in. She turned toward the stairs. The light upstairs was still on. "We need to see what's up there," she said. They ascended together. The steps creaked. Each one felt heavier, like gravity thickened with every foot of elevation. At the top, 3 doors. 1 open, 2 closed. The open door led into Alex's room, but it wasn't his anymore. The bed was torn apart, sheets shredded, the walls scratched with symbols, circles, eyes, mouths, all in 3s. Always in 3s. In the corner, a figure, small, curled up, facing the wall. Alex gasped, "That's me." The figure didn't move. Evelyn stepped forward. No, don't. But Alex was already walking. The figure turned. It was Alex. But ruined. His eyes were missing. Hollow sockets, his skin gray, paper thin. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Then it lunged. Evelyn grabbed her son and yanked him back, slamming the door behind them. The door screamed. Not what was behind it, the door itself. The wood twisted, and then went still. They opened the second door. A bathroom. Small. Empty. Except for the tub. Inside water. Still. Black. Something floated in it, a hand. Mark's watch still on the wrist. Alex turned away. Evelyn stepped closer. The water moved. She leaned over. Her own face looked back at her from beneath the surface. Then it smiled. They slammed that door too. Only one door left. The master bedroom. Their room. Evelyn reached for the handle. It was warm. The door opened slowly. Inside a bed. Covered in sheets, something beneath them. Rising, falling, breathing. Mark, she whispered. The sheets stirred. A hand reached out. Then a second. And from beneath the sheets, Mark sat up, alive. Pale, shaking. Evelyn, he gasped. I found a way out. She ran to him. Held his face. He looked real. Felt real. Alex stayed near the door, watching. Where were you? She asked. Mark looked past her. There's a door, in the basement. Not like before, a real one. I opened it, it showed me, he trailed off. What did it show you? He shook his head. I can't say. If I say it, it makes it real. Evelyn stood. Then we go. Now. Together. Mark nodded. They descended the stairs. The house was quieter now. Still too quiet. The basement door stood open. A new stairway descended. Stone. Cold. Lit by oil lamps. At the bottom a door. Real. Wooden. Simple. No markings. Mark stepped forward. But before he reached it, he stopped. I can't go with you, he said. Evelyn froze. What? He turned to her. Eyes wet. I'm not me. Behind him, his shadow began to change. Elongating. Twisting. Not matching his movements. Then where's my husband? Mark smiled sadly. Still in the grave. Then he vanished. Gone. Just like that. Alex clutched her hand. They stepped toward the door. It opened before they touched it. And behind it, a hallway? White. Clean. A hospital. No, it was the hallway from her dreams. The one with all the doors. But now, only one remained. At the far end. Wide open. And something inside it waiting. The hallway seemed endless, but the door at the far end never changed size. No matter how far they walked, it stayed the same distance away, like a mirage fixed in place while the world warped around it. The walls were white, cleaner than anything had the right to be, glowing faintly with a colorless sheen that felt alive. There were no light fixtures, no shadows, yet everything was perfectly lit. The silence in the hall wasn't merely quiet. It was vacuumed, as if sound itself had been removed. Evelyn could hear the blood in her ears, the scrape of her own breath in her throat, the soft pad of Alex's footsteps beside her. That was all. They passed closed doors on both sides, all identical. No knobs, no numbers. Just blank slabs of metal embedded into the walls like coffins standing upright. Each one looked cold, permanent, and waiting. Evelyn didn't dare touch them, but she couldn't ignore the way her skin tingled each time they walked by. They weren't just doors. They were watchers. Alex finally broke the silence. Do you think this is it? His voice was fragile, too small for the size of the hallway. The end. Evelyn shook her head, but not out of certainty, out of fear. I think it's something pretending to be the end. But there's only one door left. Maybe that's the problem. The hallway stretched on. Evelyn had stopped trusting the distance. Her legs ached. But she couldn't tell if it was from walking or from something else. The atmosphere felt heavier now, pressing down on her chest, folding in around her mind like a wet sheet. Alex stumbled slightly, and she reached out to steady him. He was cold. Too cold. The same kind of cold the basement had felt. Not natural. They were getting closer. Finally. And that's when they started hearing the voices. Not whispers. Not echoing. These voices were clean, direct, almost casual. One sounded like a nurse, repeating Evelyn's name. Another was Mark. saying something about a door again and again, his voice getting tighter with each repetition. "Don't open the door," he said. "Don't open the door. Don't open the door. Don't open." Then came her father's voice. But he'd died years ago. She'd buried him herself. "Evelyn," he said softly, "come home." She clenched her jaw and kept walking. The final door remained wide open. And then she realized the hallway wasn't getting longer. They were looping. Evelyn stopped in her tracks. "No." Alex looked at her. "What is it?" She turned to the left wall. Same blank door. Then the right. Same again. She stared at the open door down the hall. Still exactly where it was. Always the same. "We've passed that same flickering light 3 times now," she said. "There are no lights." Evelyn froze. She turned again. And he was right. There were no lights. But her mind had filled in the gaps. She thought she saw lights, thought she heard footsteps behind her, thought she was walking a straight path. But nothing here obeyed the rules. "Close your eyes," she whispered. "What? Close them." Now, Alex did. She reached for his hand and squeezed it tight. "We're going to walk. Slowly. And when I tell you, we open our eyes." Not before. They walked blind. Step by step, counting in their heads. 20 steps, 40, 60. Something brushed her shoulder. A whisper against her cheek. She held her breath. 80, 90. At 100, she opened her eyes. The door loomed in front of them, far closer than before. Its edges flickered, not with light, but with static, as though it was being badly broadcast from somewhere else. Alex's face tightened. "It's not a door." Evelyn squinted. The more she looked at it, the more it bent in her vision. The frame wavered. The threshold throbbed. Inside was pure black, but not emptiness. A presence. Something that wanted to be seen, but not yet. Something that wanted to be known. She turned to Alex. "If we go through this, we don't come back." "No." She squeezed his hand again. "We don't." Alex was pale, but steady. "Then we don't go through it." They stepped back. The hallway trembled. The walls shivered, vibrating with a low hum that hit their bones harder than their ears. The doors along the walls began to pulse, one by one, like hearts under metal skin. Then the voices changed. No longer her family. Not even human. Something else spoke now. One voice. Every voice. "You must finish what you started," it said. One opened. "One must close." Alex clutched his chest. "It's inside me." Evelyn knelt beside him. "Don't listen. Don't let it talk." His eyes welled up. "It's saying if I go through, it stops." "Don't. It says if you go, I stay." "No, Alex. I won't let you." "I'm not letting you either." The hallway shook harder now. A wind had begun to build, though there was no source. It came from the door, pulling them forward. Then, boom. One of the metal doors on the left wall blew open, slamming against the wall like a car crash. Inside was a room. A real room. Their living room. From before the nightmare began. Clean. Safe. The television played cartoons. A kettle whistled in the kitchen. Light spilled through the window. Mark sat on the couch reading. Evelyn's heart stopped. "Mark," he looked up, smiled. "You're home," he said. "Where have you been?" Alex whispered. "It's trying to distract us." Evelyn's feet moved anyway. Just one step, then 2. "Evelyn," Mark said again, "I missed you." She stopped in the threshold of the door. The light felt warm. The air smelled like cinnamon. Her book was even still on the coffee table. Alex tugged her arm. "Don't," he said. She turned. His eyes were full of tears. "I don't want to lose you." Evelyn looked back. Mark's eyes had changed. Too wide, too black. He blinked sideways, not eyelids, membranes. She stepped back. The illusion flickered. Mark didn't move, but the room behind him twitched, glitching, like frames missing in a film reel. The door slammed shut. They turned back toward the final door. It was closer now. The hallway behind them had vanished. Only this moment remained. The voice came again. "Your body is still in the house." Evelyn felt her knees weaken. "What?" she whispered. "You left your body behind," it said. "You brought your soul too far." Alex backed into her. "It's lying." But deep inside, Evelyn knew. Her fingers trembled. Her thoughts slowed. She didn't remember waking up. Not once. Not since the first knock. She didn't remember eating. Breathing. I never woke up, she said aloud. I've been sleepwalking through this. The truth settled like dust. She'd left herself behind. And the door. They weren't walking into the unknown. They were walking back. I know what this is, she said. It's not the way out, it's the way back in. Alex stared at her. You mean, we're in between? The voice confirmed it. Yes, I was pulled out. Yes, I need to return. Yes, but if I go back, she looked at Alex. What happens to him? The voice was silent. Then one may enter. One must remain. No, then both remain. The hallway began to collapse, not visually, but dimensionally. It folded like the walls were bending into themselves. The static sound grew louder. The final door flickered violently. You don't get to choose, the voice said. Evelyn gritted her teeth. I do. She turned to Alex, held him close, then ran toward the final door. The wind screamed. The hallway tore. The walls bled light and shadow. The other doors burst open, but no more illusions. Just voids, black and endless. The final door grew closer. Alex screamed her name. The voice screamed louder. And then, she threw him through the door. Light exploded. She was yanked backward by a hand, long and cold, digging into her spine. But it wasn't enough. She pushed him through, and fell. When Evelyn opened her eyes, she was back in the living room. But it was night. Everything was quiet. The fire was crackling in the fireplace. Mark sat in the chair. He looked up and smiled. You're awake. She sat up slowly, looked down at her hands. They felt real. I made tea, he said. She didn't answer. Alex sat on the floor, reading. Alive. Breathing. But something inside her whispered, something's wrong. She looked at the mirror. Her reflection smiled. But she didn't. And then, from inside the walls, 3 knocks. The knocks were soft this time. Too soft, almost polite. Like someone trying not to wake a sleeping child. But they didn't come from the door. Not the front, not the back, not the basement. They came from within the walls, behind the drywall, deep in the bones of the house. Evelyn froze. She hadn't moved since opening her eyes, hadn't fully accepted that she was awake. If this was still a dream, it was crueler than anything before. This twisted version of comfort where everything looked normal but felt wrong. A calm surface with something horrible swimming just beneath. Alex sat by the fire, cross-legged on the rug, flipping the pages of a book she couldn't see. He hummed softly. Off key. The tune wasn't familiar, and yet it made her stomach tighten. Mark smiled from his armchair, the tea in his hands steaming faintly. Everything looked pleasant. But Evelyn hadn't touched the tea, hadn't felt heat. Her hands still tingled with cold, the memory of the hallway clinging to her fingers like frostbite. The fire's glow didn't warm her. The room was cozy, but her body didn't believe it. She looked again to the mirror. Her reflection hadn't moved, not even to blink. Mark, she said quietly, watching his face carefully. Where's the date on today's paper? He didn't blink either, just smiled a little wider. Did you want to know what day it is? He asked, tilting his head. Yes. He looked down at the coffee table. There was a newspaper folded neatly there. He reached for it slowly, as if this were a stage play and he was following the script. She waited, but she already knew what she'd see. Mark turned the paper and held it up for her. The date was blurred, not smudged, distorted. The numbers twisted and warped like they were underwater, a digital blur, a memory half erased. She squinted, trying to focus. The numbers swam, then rearranged, then vanished. Must be an old edition, Mark said with a calm, casual shrug. Don't worry, you're safe now. 3 more knocks. This time they came from under the floorboards. Evelyn's pulse quickened. Where's the basement door? She asked. Alex looked up from his book. What basement? She stood slowly. Her knees ached, not from exhaustion, but from some invisible weight pressing down on her joints. Gravity in this place felt wrong. It wasn't pulling her toward the floor. It was pulling her inward, like the house wanted to fold her into itself. She walked to the hallway. Everything looked normal. Photos on the wall. The grandfather clock ticking softly. The scent of cinnamon still hanging in the air, artificial and too perfect. But the door to the basement was gone. Just smooth wall where it used to be. She ran her palm across the surface. It was warm. Pulsing. The wall beat with a rhythm that didn't match her own heartbeat. It was slower. Deliberate. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Evelyn turned back toward the living room. Mark was still smiling. Alex had stopped humming. They both stared at her now. She walked back, steady but cautious. "Where's the front door?" No one answered. She turned to look. It was there. Hole. Unlocked. She ran to it. It didn't open. Her hand grasped the knob, twisted. Nothing. It didn't even rattle. As if the door knob had been carved from a single piece of fake metal, never meant to function. She put her shoulder into the wood. It didn't budge. She turned again. The living room was empty. Mark was gone. So was Alex. The fire still burned. But the mirror, her reflection, was standing, watching her. And it was smiling. She wasn't. She backed away slowly, her mind screaming through 100 realizations at once. If this wasn't a dream, then it was a trap. If it wasn't a trap, then maybe she never left. Maybe the hallway door wasn't the way out after all. Maybe she had only traded one layer of the nightmare for another. The house groaned. This wasn't the groan of wood under pressure. It was a breath. Deep, hungry. The floor beneath her shook. She stumbled backward, reaching for something to grab, but the furniture began to blur around her, melting, folding into themselves. The chairs became shadows. The couch flickered like a dying light. And then Alex's voice called out from upstairs. "Mom!" She ran. Up the staircase 2 steps at a time. Heart in her throat, dread coiled in her gut like a cold serpent. She reached the landing, turned the corner. Alex stood at the end of the hallway, in front of his bedroom door, but he looked younger. Too young. Not the Alex from the hallway, or from the graveyard, or from the false living room. This was Alex at age 6. His cheeks were rounder, his eyes wider. He wore the same Spider-Man pajamas he used to beg to wear every night, even when they were too small. "Mom," he said again, "you forgot me." She choked on the reply. "No, I didn't. I came back. I pulled you out." His eyes welled with tears. "But you didn't come all the way. You left part of you behind." She stepped forward. The walls around them pulsed. The wallpaper peeled like skin. The floor bowed inward. "You forgot what the house took," he whispered. "You forgot the rule." Evelyn stopped. "What rule?" His mouth moved, but the voice that came out was not his own. "Only what goes in can come out," it said. "What was taken cannot be returned." The floor beneath him cracked. His body, his child body, shattered into black ash, dispersing into the air like burnt paper. She screamed and ran forward, but the hallway twisted beneath her feet, warping like rubber. She fell sideways, into darkness. She hit something hard. Wood. She was in the attic, her real attic. Dust filled her lungs. The slant of the roof, the old fan in the corner, the trunk they never opened, all here. She staggered to her feet, coughing. And then she saw it. A mirror. Not like the others. This one was round, old, tarnished, hung from a rusted nail. Her reflection looked dead, pale skin, hollow cheeks, blood crusted in her nose, black veins under her eyes. She turned to leave, but the attic door had vanished. Only the mirror remained. And then something stepped out of it. Not her reflection, not a creature. Her, a perfect version. Hair washed, eyes clear, posture strong. The Evelyn that should have made it out. She backed away as the doppelganger stepped forward. "Give it to me," the thing said. "Give what?" "The rest of you." The voice was hers, but older, tired. "You didn't bring it all back," the thing said. "You left your anchor." "What are you?" "I'm the part you abandoned. The part that stayed behind so you could feel whole again." Evelyn shook her head. "You're lying. You feel it, don't you? The itch in your bones. The pressure in your skull, the pulse behind the walls. The attic groaned. From the floorboards, knocks. 3, then silence. The mirror behind the thing began to ripple. The other Evelyn stepped aside. If you want to finish this, she said, you go back. All the way back. Evelyn stared at the mirror and stepped through. She was in the hallway again. But it was different now. No doors, no lights, no floor, just space, black and endless. Floating, and in front of her, Alex. But not her Alex. This version had no face, just skin. It reached for her. Stay, it whispered. Evelyn reached behind her and pulled the fire poker from her belt. She didn't remember grabbing it. Didn't care. She swung hard. The thing shattered like glass, and suddenly, everything fell apart. The hallway, the walls, the rooms, the mirror, gone. She was falling. Down. Endlessly. When Evelyn opened her eyes again, she was in a hospital bed. A real one. Machines beeped beside her. Fluorescent lights hummed above. Alex sat in the chair beside her. Real. Whole. Older. Mom, he said softly. She stared at him. Is this real? She whispered. He nodded, eyes full of cautious hope. You've been gone. 3 days. Coma. After the fire. She sat up slowly. Her limbs ached. Her throat was dry. She looked down at her hand. A mirror shard was embedded in her palm, and in the corner of the hospital room, a door. Black. Closed. But faintly knock. 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 The knock was soft this time, almost shy, but Evelyn heard it. It wasn't loud, and it didn't echo, but it threaded straight into her brain like a needle through flesh. It was a message, not a sound. A reminder. She was awake now. Really awake, they said. But the black door, in the corner of the hospital room, hadn't been there a moment ago. It hadn't been there when her eyes opened. When she saw the machines, when she saw Alex's tired face, and felt the weight of her own body again. She had believed it was over, that she'd returned. But that knock, the same rhythm, the same pressure behind her ribs. It made her wonder if she'd ever left. Alex didn't seem to hear it. He sat beside her, watching her with tentative hope, like she might shatter if he spoke too loudly. There were fine lines under his eyes, and his hair was longer than she remembered. Had it really only been 3 days? He looked older. Weighed down. Water, she croaked. He jumped up quickly, fumbling with the pitcher and paper cup, like he didn't want to waste a second. Here. Slowly, he said, bringing the cup to her lips. The water felt real. Cool. Smooth. But she couldn't shake the sense that she was swallowing down. Not into her stomach, but into something deeper, like she was trying to fill a hole she couldn't reach. How long have I been here? She asked, her voice rasping. 3 days, he said again. After the fire. They pulled you out. You weren't breathing, they thought. He cut himself off. She reached for his hand. I'm here. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. She followed his gaze. It was flickering toward the corner. He didn't see the door. That black rectangle, windowless, seamless, just sitting there as if it belonged. It cast no shadow. It reflected nothing. Her breath caught. Alex, she said slowly. What's over there? He turned puzzled. Where? There? In the corner. He looked, blinked, frowned. Just the wall. She squeezed his hand. Are you sure? He nodded, but unease darkened his face. You're scaring me. Evelyn tried to smile. She failed. The door didn't move. But it watched. She didn't know how she knew that. It had no eyes. But its presence had weight, the kind of weight that changed a room. A pressure in the ears. A whisper behind silence. A nurse entered. Blonde. Young. Clipboard in hand. Well, look who's back, she said with a smile that was just a little too bright. Doctor will be in soon. You're doing well. Vitals are strong. We'll get you out of here in no time. Her shoes squeaked as she crossed to the machines, checking readings, scribbling notes. Evelyn's eyes drifted down to her feet. No shadow. The nurse had no shadow. Her breath locked in her throat. Alex, she whispered. He looked confused. The nurse turned, too slowly, like her neck didn't quite understand its own range of motion. I'm glad you're awake, Evelyn, she said. Evelyn didn't respond. The nurse smiled again, then leaned close. Her breath smelled like burnt paper. "I'll be back soon." She turned and walked out. And as soon as the door swung shut behind her, the black door in the corner breathed. It inhaled. Just once. A low, drawn-out sound, as though the wall itself had taken a deep breath. Evelyn's skin erupted in goosebumps. Alex sat beside her, unaware, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve. "Do you remember anything?" She looked at him. Studied him. Did he remember? Or did she? That was the real question. Her memories of the fire were fractured. Running. Screaming. A door slamming shut. Mark yelling something she couldn't make out. Alex being pulled through light. The sound of mirrors breaking. The taste of soil in her mouth. And that thing. Her reflection. That version of her that had spoken so calmly in the attic, like a memory taking shape. "Do you remember being there?" she asked suddenly. Inside the hallway. He looked at her like she'd asked if the sky had bones. "What hallway?" She stared at him. "The hallway with the doors. The one we walked through. The one I pulled you out of." He shook his head slowly. "Mom, you were in a coma. I was in the hospital waiting. They wouldn't let me stay at first, but after the second day, they made an exception. You never left the bed." The air thickened. The edges of the room blurred. "I pulled you through," she said. "You were stuck. You had no face." He was backing away now. Just slightly. Shifting in the chair. "Mom, please. You're scaring me." She felt the chill creeping in again. That same creeping? Spreading hollow that had followed her in the mirror world. The black door had not disappeared. It had not flickered or cracked open or changed shape. It was just there, unmoving. Like it had all the time in the world. She tried to sit up. The machines beeped in protest. Alex rushed to her side, but she waved him off. "I need to go," she said. "Go where?" She pointed to the corner. "Through that." He turned. Again, he saw nothing. Evelyn stood. Her legs trembled. The cold from the floor soaked into her bones. Her gown shifted with the motion, the plastic bracelet on her wrist clacking softly. She pulled the IV needle from her arm. Blood trickled down. It felt more real than anything else in the room. She walked toward the black door. "Mom," Alex called out, grabbing her arm.
"Please, stop!"
She looked back. His eyes were pleading. He looked just like himself. But didn't he always? Even in the hallway. Even when his face melted. Even when his reflection twisted. She gently pulled away from him. As she stepped closer, the air around the door changed. It grew thicker. Harder to breathe. She heard something. Low murmurs, distant sobs. A voice chanting in a language she didn't understand, spoken from deep within. The door didn't open. It invited. And still, Alex didn't see it. Evelyn reached out her hand. Her fingers brushed the surface. It felt like skin. Not dry skin. Not flesh. But the surface of something alive. Something huge. Something patient. And the moment she touched it, the door vanished. Not into dust. It inverted. Folded into itself. And behind it herself. Not a reflection. The other Evelyn. Smiling. "Welcome back," the thing said. And Evelyn understood. She had never left. Not completely. The body in the bed, smiling now, sipping tea, reading books, healing, wasn't hers. She had left it behind, and it had been occupied by the version of her that never came back. The door had not opened to let her in. It had opened to show her who took her place. She turned slowly. Behind her, Alex was gone. The hospital bed was gone. The room was gone. All that remained was the hallway and the black door, closed now. Behind her, she was alone, again, but not empty, because this time she remembered everything. And in the silence that followed, 3 knocks came from inside her chest. The 3 knocks echoed not in the air, not in the space around Evelyn, but within her, beating against the inside of her ribs like fists against a locked door. The rhythm was unmistakable. 1, 2, 3. A pause. Then again. The same tempo that had haunted the house, the hallway, the mirrors, the walls, the grave. But now it lived inside her, deep in the cavity where her heartbeat once ruled alone. She clutched her chest, staggering, not from pain, but from displacement. It felt like her body no longer belonged entirely to her. Not all of it. Not anymore. Around her, the hallway stretched once again. No hospital. No Alex. No bed, no windows, no fluorescent lights, no wires to ground her in the illusion of the real world. Just the corridor. White walls, seamless and humming faintly with an invisible current. But there were no doors this time. Not a single one. The hallway was both beginning and end. No intersections. No options. Just forward, or back into the black door that had vanished behind her. She turned, half expecting it to be gone again. But it wasn't. The black door was still there, now pulsing like a slow heartbeat. The color had changed too. No longer matte and dull. It shimmered faintly, like the oil on water, rippling in shades of violet and green that shouldn't exist in light. It no longer looked like an exit. It looked like a wound. The voice inside her was silent now. Whatever had knocked had settled down. Content for the moment. But she could feel it. A pressure in her sternum, a weight that wasn't physical but undeniable. Something had crawled in with her. Something had slipped through the moment she touched the door. Maybe it had always been with her, trailing behind. Waiting for her to stop running long enough to be caught. Maybe it had never been in the house. Maybe it had always been in her. She walked. The floor under her feet was smooth, but inconsistent, like walking on something pretending to be solid. It gave slightly with each step, responding to her weight, learning her movements. She didn't know if she was going towards something, or if the hallway was building itself around her pace. Sometimes it felt like she wasn't moving at all, that she was a fixed point, and the hallway was what shifted. After what felt like an hour, or a minute, time was useless here. She began to hear the whispers again. Low, near silent murmurs, the kind you only notice once they've been speaking for a long time. At first, she couldn't make out the words. Just noise. Then fragments. Then names. Her name. Alex's name. Mark's. Others she didn't recognize. Whispers from lives that weren't hers, from mouths that had never been part of her memories. She stopped walking, closed her eyes. The whispers grew louder, not outside, inside. They were thoughts that weren't hers. They came with images. A bedroom she'd never slept in. A swing set that didn't exist. A long hallway filled with doors, each marked with a different version of her face. And all of them, every last one, was smiling. She opened her eyes. The hallway had changed again. There were mirrors now. Dozens. On both sides. Each one taller than her, narrower than they should be, stretching vertically like funhouse distortions. But the glass wasn't warped. The reflections were. She stepped closer to the nearest one. Her reflection stood still, not mimicking her movements, just watching. It was her, but not. Her eyes were darker, lips thinner. Her skin was almost gray, translucent in places, as if she were hollowed out. Then the reflection tilted its head, not in curiosity, but in judgment. The next mirror showed a version of her missing half her face, the skin burned and raw. The one after that, her mouth stitched shut. The next, her arms were crossed in prayer, but her hands had too many fingers. She kept walking. Every mirror presented a different Evelyn, a variation, a possibility, a price. Some were horrifying. Others were too perfect, like porcelain dolls. But all of them stared. None blinked. None moved in sync. Until one of them did. 10 mirrors ahead, one of the Evelyns raised a hand and pressed it to the glass. Evelyn stopped walking. The mirror figure pressed harder, leaning in, mouth moving, speaking silently. Evelyn stepped closer, inch by inch. As she reached the glass, the reflection smiled. Wide, unnatural, filled with teeth that didn't belong. And then, with a snap of movement so fast it blurred, it slammed its head into the glass. A crack formed. Blood seeped down the inside. She backed away. The others didn't move. Except they did. Their heads began turning in unison. Slowly, toward her. Every single one. Even the ones with no eyes. She turned and ran. The mirrors followed. not in movement, but in sound. As she sprinted, the mirrors on either side of the hallway began to knock. A soft, rhythmic pounding against the glass, perfectly synchronized. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, over and over. Evelyn covered her ears, but it didn't help. The knocking lived inside her now. Her legs burned, lungs on fire, though she didn't know if she needed to breathe anymore. The hallway twisted suddenly. She stumbled, hit the wall, and fell hard. Silence. The knocking stopped. When she looked up, the mirrors were gone, but something else had taken their place. A door. One single door. Wooden, cracked, familiar. The door. From the beginning. The door of the house. Their house. Her house. The same door that had first received the knock. She crawled toward it. It was cracked open. Inside, darkness. She stood and stepped through. And instantly, she was in her bedroom. Home. Mark lay beside her, peaceful. Morning sun leaked through the curtains. She looked down. Her hands were clean. No mirror shard. No bruises. The IV line was gone. The gown replaced by a cotton shirt and shorts. She reached for Mark. He stirred. Smiled. "You're up early." Evelyn swallowed. "I had a dream," she whispered. He leaned in, kissed her forehead. "You're safe now." Down the hall, Alex called out.
Mom, breakfast!
Her eyes welled. This was perfect. Too perfect. She stood, walked barefoot to the hall. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The smell of pancakes filled the air. Birds sang outside. She reached the kitchen. Alex stood at the stove, smiling. Olive real. Mark sat at the table reading. She stepped in. Her foot stuck to the floor. She looked down. Blood, thick, dark, pouring from beneath the fridge. She turned. Mark's face changed. His smile widened too far. Alex's neck twisted unnaturally. And then, 3 knocks came from behind the pantry door. Not rhythmic, desperate. Something pounded, fist slamming, begging to be let out. "Please," a voice cried. "Please let me out." It was her voice. She looked around. The house melted. The floor buckled. Mark and Alex vanished. The kitchen caved inward. The door behind her blew open. Light consumed her, and through it, she saw herself. Again, dozens of her. Running, laughing, and behind them all, the black door, and from it, 3 final knocks. Then silence. The silence after the final 3 knocks was the loudest sound Evelyn had ever heard. It wasn't the absence of noise. It was the presence of something vast, something waiting, something ancient enough to know how to be still when stillness hurt the most. It lived inside the silence, breathed in it, used it as a stage. She stood motionless in the doorway of what used to be her kitchen, though it was barely recognizable now. The walls sagged like damp paper. The floor rippled like skin stretched too thin, and the ceiling pulsed with a heartbeat that wasn't her own. The pantry door, the one the voice had come from, stood ajar, gently swinging, just a crack, enough to see total darkness within, the kind that had weight, a darkness that held something, someone, and it was still whispering her name. Not pleading anymore, just calling, repeating it like a lullaby that grew slower with each verse. Evelyn, Evelyn, Evelyn. She didn't speak. She didn't answer. Something had learned to say her name well. Too well. With the exact cadence Alex used when he was scared. With the same breath Mark used when he was about to fall asleep. With her own voice when she spoke to herself in her dreams. But she wasn't fooled anymore. She turned away from the pantry door and walked down the hallway. The house shifted beneath her with each step. The wood warped, groaned, and sometimes she felt things move beneath it. Slowly, like something swimming just beneath the floorboards, following her from room to room. The pictures on the walls had all changed. They were no longer of her family. Now, every frame showed her alone, but not just her. Each photo captured a different version of her. Some young, some old. Some with long hair, some bald. Some smiling, but most not. Some crying. Some covered in blood. Some staring directly into the lens, as if they had been watching whoever had taken the photo. One frame was empty. She stared at it, and it stared back. A soft crack ran through the glass, spidering from the center. She leaned in closer, squinting. There, faintly in the reflection of the cracked surface, her own face. Except, she blinked. The face blinked after her. Just a half second behind. She stepped back quickly. Her head spun. The house felt too small suddenly, like the walls were shrinking, inching toward her slowly. Her breath caught in her throat. The air tasted wrong. Stale, yes, but also used, like it had already passed through someone else's lungs. Someone who wasn't done with her yet. She reached the front door. It was back again. She hadn't seen it since the fire. Since the first escape. Since the hallway, the mirrors, the grave, the knock within her ribs. It looked ordinary now. Just a door, wooden, brass handle, a coat rack beside it. She touched it, not daring to hope, but hoping anyway. Her fingers wrapped around the handle. It was cold. The door opened. Outside was nothing. Not darkness. Not fog. Just nothing. No street. No porch. No sky. No wind. Just white space stretching in all directions, featureless and still. She stepped onto the threshold and paused. Behind her, something shifted. The pantry door creaked again. And then a voice said, "You left someone behind." Evelyn froze. It wasn't the voice of the thing in the walls. It wasn't her voice. It was Alex. She turned. And there he was, at the top of the stairs. But he looked wrong, too pale. His lips were blue. His clothes were soaked. Mud, blood, water, she didn't know. His eyes were wide, glassy. Alex. He didn't speak again. Just stared, like he was trying to remember who she was. Then he took a step forward. The house didn't creak under his weight. Another step. She backed away toward the threshold. "I brought you out," she said, heart pounding. "I pulled you through. I saw it." Alex kept walking, slow, careful, unblinking. And then, as he reached the middle of the hallway, the skin at the edge of his jaw began to split. Not from impact, from the inside. A thin tear opened along his cheek, bloodless, silent. And from within that opening, a second face. Her own smiling. Then another knock, deep and close. This time not on a wall, not on a door, not even in her chest. This knock came from inside her skull. 3 taps. Behind her eyes. She screamed and ran out the front door, out into the void. Into the white nothing. It was cold out here, not in temperature, but in sensation. Like walking into something that didn't want her there. Her feet made no sound. Her body cast no shadow. The house behind her stood intact, suspended in the whiteness like a dollhouse cut free from reality. She ran, nowhere to run to. Just away. And then, ahead of her, the fog returned. Not thick this time, not hiding things. Just enough to suggest shapes. Structures. She stopped when she saw them. Sheds, like before. Dozens. Hundreds. Each with a door. Each slightly different. Some old, some nude, some rotted, some glowing. And one of them had her name carved into it. But not in wood. In teeth. Human teeth, embedded in the surface like jagged letters. Old. Yellowed. Grinning. She didn't scream. She just turned around. The house was gone. Gone. The front door, the hallway, the pantry, the false Alex, the knock inside her head, all gone. And behind her, the fog thickened. Something was walking through it. But she couldn't see what, just footsteps. Soft, heavy, rhythmic, closer. She turned to run again, but every direction was the same now. Fog sheds, endless repetition of choices with no exits. She dropped to her knees, closed her eyes. "Please," she whispered. "Let me go home." The fog pressed against her skin, and then it answered. "You are home." The voice was inside her mouth now, using her tongue, her own voice speaking words she didn't choose. "You were always here," it said. "We never left." A memory flared, brief and blinding. The fire, the basement door, the knock behind the mirror. The moment she opened the small wooden door in the attic with her name carved into it. She had never left that attic. She had split. Some part of her had been walking forward ever since. But the rest had become the hallway. The knocks, the doors, the eyes in the mirror. It wasn't that the house was haunted. She was. By herself. 1,000 versions. 1,000 choices, 1,000 consequences. She opened her eyes, and in front of her was another version of herself, crouched, breathing hard, eyes wide, looking just as scared. "Are you Evelyn?" began. The other Evelyn nodded. "Which one are you?" she asked. The version didn't answer, just stood and offered her a hand. "Come with me," it said. And then, from every shed in the fog, knocks, all at once. The sound slammed into her ears like thunder, dozens of fists pounding, the rhythm overlapping and chaotic. Her mind screamed against the pressure. The other Evelyn whispered, "If we don't leave now, they'll open." Evelyn grabbed her hand. They ran. Toward nowhere. Into the fog. Away from the doors. Away from the house. Away from the knock still echoing in her bones. And behind them, the doors began to open. They didn't look back. Evelyn and the other version of herself ran side by side, their hands locked tight, their feet hammering the damp, featureless ground as the fog churned around them like a living thing. Behind them, the knocking had turned to banging. Not just fists, but bodies, things, throwing themselves against the shed doors, splintering wood, shrieking with voices that didn't sound like voices at all. Screams layered over whispers, sobs drowned in laughter, the sound of too many mouths trying to speak through too few throats. She didn't know where they were running to, only that they had to keep moving. The fog offered no markers, no edges, just an endless white sea dotted with those cursed sheds. The shapes of them loomed and fell behind like gravestones in a shifting graveyard. Some sheds collapsed inward as they passed. Others opened a crack, revealing nothing but darkness, and sometimes a glimpse, just for a heartbeat, of eyes, watching, waiting. The other Evelyn pulled her forward without hesitation. She moved like someone who had run this path before, who knew the terrain, even if she didn't know the rules. She never looked back. Evelyn wanted to ask her questions. What are we running to? What's behind the doors? How many of us are there? But every time she opened her mouth to speak, the words caught in her throat, like her tongue no longer wanted to obey. They ran until the fog thinned. Not all the way, just enough. And then Evelyn saw it a bridge. Thin, old, wood slats barely wide enough for one person. It stretched across a black chasm, disappearing into mist on the far end. Beneath it, nothing. Not water. Not land. Just absence. A pit where sound and light went to die. The very sight of it made her chest tighten. The other Evelyn stopped. Let go of her hand. "This is the only way forward," she said, without turning. Evelyn stepped up beside her. "What's on the other side?" Her twin looked at her. "This close." The differences were clearer. Her eyes were duller, sunken. A long scar curved beneath her jawline like a stitched smile. But her face was the same in all the ways that mattered. "I don't know," she said. "None of us do. We only ever get this far once." "What do you mean us?" But she already knew. She looked back, and through the fog, there they were. More versions of her, all of them, standing in the mist. Dozens. Some watching silently. Some crying. One was on her knees, sobbing into her hands. Another scratched at her own face until blood smeared down her neck. One laughed softly, holding a mirror that reflected only a mouth. None of them moved forward. None had crossed the bridge. The Evelyn beside her said, "I got this far before. Once. I was too scared. I turned around. I became one of them." Evelyn swallowed. "Why bring me here now?" Her twin didn't answer. She stepped onto the first slat it held, then another. Then she looked back. "Well?" she asked. "Coming?" Evelyn hesitated. She could still feel the knock in her chest, still hear the echo of doors opening. But beneath all that, she was tired. Tired of running. Tired of wondering if anything was real anymore. She stepped onto the bridge. The wood creaked, but didn't break. They walked together, single file. No railing, no wind. Just the blackness yawning beneath them, inviting, patient. Halfway across, the fog behind them swallowed the other Evelyns. They were gone. The only thing left was the bridge and the unknown. And then the knocking stopped. Not just paused. Stopped. The silence came like a flood, and Evelyn knew instantly it wasn't over. It had just begun a new phase. At the far end of the bridge, a doorway stood. No wall, no frame, just a freestanding door in the fog. It wasn't black, it was white, pristine, too clean, too smooth, no handle. The other Evelyn touched it, and vanished. Not disappeared. Absorbed. The door pulsed, flickered, and glowed faintly like breath on glass. Evelyn stepped forward. "Wait," she whispered. Though no one was left to hear, she pressed her palm to the door. Cold. And then, it opened. She was in a room, not her house, not the hallway, just a room. 4 walls. No windows. A chair, a table. A single light bulb overhead, swinging gently, casting warped shadows. And across from her, a man. She didn't recognize him, middle-aged, thin. Gray suit, hands folded neatly on the table. He smiled. "Evelyn," he said. She stayed where she was. "Who are you?" "I'm the archivist." "For what?" He gestured around them. "This place." She didn't move. "Where is this place?" He shrugged, still smiling. "It's the point where what you remember and what you are begin to fight." She stepped closer. "What do you mean?" He placed a thick file on the table. Her name was stamped on it. Just her name. Not Evelyn Moore. Not Evelyn anything. Just EVL Wien. Block letters, black ink. He opened it. Inside photos, moments. Some real, some not. One of her as a child, standing outside her grandmother's cabin. One of her drowning in a bathtub, eyes wide. One of her standing in front of the mirror, her reflection missing. One of her holding a baby she never had. One of her opening a door that had never been in her house. All real, all true. "Your story has split," he said. "You've become recursive. You are living through versions of yourself, over and over, each feeding the next." She backed away. "I don't understand." "You will." He slid something across the table. A small broken mirror shard, her face reflected in it, flashing with 100 versions in an instant. She dropped it. He closed the file. "You may leave," he said. "How?" He pointed to the wall. It had a door now, ordinary. Brown. Brass knob. She walked to it. Her hand hesitated. "If I open this," she said, "where does it go?" He tilted his head. "Somewhere else." She laughed bitterly. "That's all I ever get?" He nodded. "It's all anyone ever gets." She opened it. She stood in a hospital room. Again. But this one was wrong. Alex lay in the bed, eyes open. Still. Too still. Monitors were flatlined. The air reeked of antiseptic and rot. She stepped forward. Her knees buckled. No, he was dead. No, he wasn't. He blinked. Once. Then smiled. And said, "Found you." She screamed. And the world folded. Again. Now she's running. Again. But not from something. From herself. From the sound. From the knock. Because now it follows her, not just in the walls or the doors or the mirrors. It knocks behind every version of her. Every possibility. Every door she didn't open. And the worst part? It's getting louder. Inside her. She doesn't remember which version she is anymore. The one who lived. The one who died. The one who opened the door. Or the one still standing in the attic, staring at it. Maybe they're all the same now. And maybe the real horror was never the house. Never the hallway. Never the creature. The real horror is how many Evelyns have knocked on their own door and let something in thinking they were the only one. And each time, the knock gets answered, somewhere, by someone, until there's nothing left to open but the final door, the one they all share, the one they'll all enter together, eventually. And somewhere far, far off in the empty fog, the doors keep opening, one by one, each with a whisper behind it, a whisper that sounds like her voice, saying, "I'm home." The fog didn't thin this time. It thickened, grew heavier. It wrapped itself around Evelyn like a wet sheet, clinging to her arms, her throat, seeping into her ears. There was no sky above her, no ground beneath her feet, just gray and white and weight. Every direction felt like down. She wasn't walking anymore. She wasn't even falling. She was suspended, floating in a place that had no definition, no edges, no time. She didn't know if her eyes were open. But she still saw. There were images in the fog flickering, rapid, Faces, rooms, doors, a child's shoe, a scorched wedding photo, a hallway on fire. Mark's mouth moving but with no sound. A black stain spreading across a white ceiling. Her own face, smiling, screaming, sleeping, all at once. Then came the voices again. Not outside, not inside. All around. You let it in. You walked it home. You were the door. She tried to speak, but no words came out. She didn't know if her mouth moved. Her body no longer obeyed her. It no longer felt owned. The knocking was back now too, only this time it wasn't just in one place. It was everywhere. Dozens of rhythms, layered and echoing. Like a symphony of fists on doors she couldn't see. It pounded in the fog, in the space behind her teeth, in the pulses of her own veins. Then something took shape in front of her, slowly, deliberately. A figure, no face, no features, just outline. And then a hand, long, pale, familiar. It held something. A box, small, wooden, carved, 3 circles etched into the lid. Her name engraved on the side. She knew it instantly. She'd seen it before. In a dream, in a memory, or had she already opened it? The box drifted toward her, and as it moved, everything slowed. The fog stilled. The knocking stopped. Even the voices fell silent. She reached for the box. The moment her fingers touched the wood, the fog shattered. She landed hard on cold tile. The impact knocked the breath from her chest. She gasped, coughing, and opened her eyes. She was in a public bathroom. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering with that same broken rhythm she'd learned to dread. A cracked mirror hung above a sink. Stalls lined the left wall. One of them was closed. The floor was wet. Something dark and sticky trailed from the stall to the drain in the corner. It looked like blood. She staggered to her feet. Her reflection in the mirror didn't match her movements. Of course it didn't. She turned away. But the reflection kept watching, and then it stepped out of the mirror. Not with a crash, not with fanfare. Just a foot, followed by a leg, then her whole form, peeling away from the glass like paper torn from glue. It stood in front of her, silent, identical. Then it grinned, and whispered, "You never left." The stall door behind them creaked open. Evelyn turned. There was nothing inside, just the box, sitting on the toilet seat, waiting. She stepped forward. The floor stuck to her shoes with every step, wet and sucking. She reached the stall, lifted the box. It was warm. She opened it. Inside was a single black key. Small, ornate, heavy. She held it in her hand. Behind her, the mirror version of herself whispered, "It's yours. You earned it." "For what?" Evelyn asked, voice trembling. "To end it," the double said, "or to begin it." She turned the key in her hand. Its surface pulsed, like it was made from something living. The metal breathed. "What does it open?" she asked. The reflection tilted her head. "Not what? Who?" The room changed. Tiles fell away. Lights blinked out. The stalls dissolved. And now she was standing in a massive room made entirely of doors. Thousands, endless. All shapes, all sizes. Some wooden, some rusted. Some made of glass, stone, bone, teeth, mirrors, even smoke. Each one marked with a symbol, a sound, a memory. The floor was black marble, polished to a mirror sheen. Her reflection stared back at her. But in it, she held nothing. No key. She looked at her real hand. Still there, good at the center of the room, a pedestal, one keyhole. She approached it. The reflection walked beside her again, just a step behind. Watching. "There's no going back," it said. "There was never any going back," she replied. She knelt. The key slid into the pedestal's keyhole like it had always belonged. She hesitated. What happens if I turn it? Her reflection stepped in front of her. And for the first time, it looked afraid. "You become real," it said. Evelyn frowned. "What have I been?" The reflection answered without speaking, just stepped backward, and faded into the mirrors. Gone. Evelyn turned the key. The doors exploded open. Every one of them. Blasts of wind tore through the space, shrieking, howling, roaring. Shadows poured from every frame, swirling and screaming, flooding the room like water rushing in from every dimension. Each door led to something different. Some opened into pure light, others into black pits. One into a forest made of bones, another into her old bedroom, pristine and untouched, one into a hospital, one into the attic, one into the fire she was being offered. Each door called to her, "Come home. Come back. Come inside." They all sounded like her. She turned slowly. One door remained closed. At the far end, it was wooden, familiar, her house's front door, with her name etched into it. 3 knocks echoed from the other side. She walked toward it. Not rushed, not afraid, just resolved. She placed her palm against the wood. The surface was warm. It vibrated. The knock came again. Then a voice. "Let me in." She said nothing. "Please," the voice begged. "I'm tired." Still, she said nothing. She just listened. The voice was hers. But tired, worn down, beaten by repetition, begging to be let out of a cycle that had no end. She whispered, "I'm not the one who trapped you." The voice behind the door replied, "No. But you're the one who gets to choose." She felt tears well in her eyes. Not from fear, from recognition, from knowing how many times she had stood here, on both sides of the door. "You opened it once," the voice said. "That's all it took. I didn't know. But now you do." She lowered her hand and turned away. As she walked back across the marble floor, the doors began to close behind her, one by one, silently, until only the pedestal remained. The key had vanished. The room was dark now, empty, still, and from somewhere behind her, not from a door, not from a wall, but from deep within, came the last voice, small, human. "Alex, Mom," he whispered, "wake up." She opened her eyes, in a bed, in a real hospital. Alex asleep in a chair. Sunlight breaking through the window, birds chirping. A nurse humming in the hallway. She turned her head. Everything looked right. Everything felt quiet. Alex stirred and looked up. His face lit up. "Mom," she nodded, smiling weakly. He leapt to his feet, grabbing her hand. "You're back." She squeezed it. "I'm back." A knock came at the door. A real knock. Just once. Then the door opened. A doctor stepped in. Smiling, alive, normal, real. Evelyn looked at the window. The reflection stared back at her. Perfectly in sync. She took a deep breath. Finally, silence. The silence didn't last. Evelyn lay in the hospital bed for nearly an hour, savoring it. The stillness. The absence of knocking, whispering, groaning, presence. It was the most peaceful hour she'd had in what felt like years, though time had long ago become slippery and untrustworthy. Outside the window, the sky was a pale, washed-out blue. Ordinary. A bird landed on the sill, hopped twice, then took off again. The doctor had examined her, smiled in that professional way that didn't quite reach the eyes, told her she was healing well, better than expected. Her vitals were strong. She'd suffered smoke inhalation and trauma-induced coma, 3 days unconscious. But now, "You're back, back." Such a fragile word. Alex sat beside her, talking softly about school, about the neighbors, about how the house had burned down but they were okay. Insurance. Emergency relocation. People had offered help. Everyone thought they were lucky. He smiled when he said it. "Lucky," he repeated. "Can you believe that?" She smiled too. But it was the kind of smile you wear when you're not sure if you have lips. Everything looked right. Everything sounded right. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking through a diorama, a stage crafted too perfectly by hands that didn't quite understand what reality was supposed to feel like. The coffee in the mug Alex had brought her earlier still steamed. 23 minutes. It should have gone cold. She didn't drink it. She didn't dare. At sunset, a nurse came in. Different one this time. Older, kind eyes. She checked the monitors, adjusted the IV, asked how Evelyn was feeling. That Evelyn said better. The nurse nodded, gently touched her arm, and said, "Sleep is the real medicine." That's when Evelyn noticed the nurse wasn't wearing shoes. Bare feet on the hospital floor. 2 nails black. Evelyn looked up at her face again. The nurse's eyes were too wide. Not unnaturally, just perfectly wide. As if someone had measured the exact diameter of what warm should look like and manufactured it precisely. The nurse left. The door clicked behind her. Evelyn's skin began to crawl. She reached under the blanket and pinched the inside of her arm, hard enough to raise a welt. Still here. Still real. But maybe not hers. That night, she dreamed of the house again. Not the burning one. Not the one in the fog. The real one. From before everything. She stood in the kitchen, sunlight pouring through the windows, the smell of coffee drifting up from the pot. Mark was sitting at the table, thumbing through the newspaper. Alex laughed from the living room as cartoons played. It was perfect. Too perfect. She turned toward the hallway and saw herself walking out of it, not smiling, not panicked, just watching. The other Evelyn stood still, then raised a hand and pointed toward the back door. Evelyn turned. It was open, and in the yard, a black door stood in the grass, unattached, unanchored, just waiting. The other Evelyn whispered, "You left it open." Then she walked toward it, vanished into the light, and Evelyn woke up, sweating, breathing hard. Her heart pounded, not from fear, but from memory. The room was still. Alex was still asleep in the chair beside her. The hallway outside hummed with fluorescent lighting and distant voices. Normal. She sat up slowly. The key was in her hand. Black, ornate, impossible. She hadn't seen it since the pedestal. She hadn't felt it since wherever that place was. But now it rested in her palm, heavy, pulsing. She clenched her fist around it and looked at the door, the real door to the hospital hallway, still closed, still locked. But something was on the other side. She heard the breath, not the knock, not this time. Just breathing. Right at the crack of the door, as if something leaned close, waiting for her to reach it. She stood up, removed the ivy, stepped softly. Her feet touched cold tile. She crossed to the door and pressed her ear to it. Nothing. Then, a single whisper. "You didn't close it." She opened the door. The hallway was empty. Lights flickered as usual. Nurses' voices echoed faintly. But everything looked wrong. Stretched. Unreal. Her legs moved before she told them to. She walked down the corridor, past rooms that weren't quite right. Door numbers stuttered and looped 208, 209, 210, 208 again. Exit signs flickered between languages. The scent of antiseptic grew stronger until it burned her nostrils. At the end of the hall, a janitor stood with his back to her. He was scrubbing the floor, vigorously, but there was no mop, just his hands. Blood pooled around him, dripping, spreading. She blinked. Gone. Just clean tile. She turned around. The hallway had changed. No windows, no doors. Only one opening now. A stairwell. Lit faintly. She took the key and walked toward it. Down. The stairwell twisted downward like a spiral broken in half and crudely glued back together. It groaned with each step. With every level she passed, the light dimmed. The air thickened. The walls grew wet. She passed signs. None with words. Only symbols. Circles, spirals, eyes, teeth. Then came the mirrors again, built into the walls like windows into other stairwells. She saw herself in each one. But every reflection was more tired, more hollow. One dragged chains behind her. One carried the black box. One had no mouth. She stopped. One reflection was not her, not quite. It had her face, her hair, her body. But the eyes were Alex's. It stared at her and whispered, "You left it open." She ran. At the bottom of the stairwell, a door. Not black, not red. Paint chipping. Handle rusted. It pulsed, like a heartbeat. She approached it, and then it opened on its own, revealing the attic. The original. Her house's attic. Dust floated in shafts of pale light from the slats in the roof. The mirror was there. The trunk. The crowbar. And at the center, a hole, carved into the floorboards. Rough, splintered. And from it rose the sound she feared most, knocking. 3 times. From below, Evelyn fell to her knees. She held the key, and now she saw the lock. At the edge of the hole built into the floor was a box. Same one as before, closed now, waiting. She carded the key, turned. The box opened. Inside a door handle. Alone, detached, still warm, and a note. Folded once, she opened it. It read, "When you let it in, it didn't come through the door. It came through you." She dropped the note. And the hole whispered, "Come back." She reached toward it, not because she wanted to, because it was time. And somewhere above her, in a hospital bed, Evelyn's body lay still, breathing, eyes closed, and from behind her reflection, a smile. She didn't remember falling. One moment she was reaching for the hole in the attic. The next she was being pulled, not physically, but pulled in the way a thought grips you in the dead of night. Slowly, like syrup running uphill, the world around her didn't spin. It just reversed. Light blood upward. The dust stopped falling and hovered midair. Sound dulled, like cotton in her ears. She thought for a moment that she was dreaming. Then she remembered dreams don't hurt. Her knees hit cold concrete. She was on the floor again, but not in the attic anymore. A long corridor stretched in both directions, the walls lined with doors. Not the infinite doors from before, not the symbolic, impossible ones. These were real doors, heavy, metal, bolted from the outside. Each had a slotted eye level and a 4-digit number carved above it. A flickering overhead light gave the hallway a sickly yellow tint. The air tasted like rust and mildew. Somewhere far off, something mechanical groaned, like a machine older than time was turning over. Just once, in protest, she stood, knees trembling. The key was still in her hand. It felt heavier now, as if each time she used it, it remembered something she didn't. The handle was warm, almost pulsing. The door closest to her read 0134. She peeked through the slot. A room. Small. Bare. Concrete walls and a chair in the center. And in the chair, herself. This version had no eyes. Just smooth skin, stretched tight where sockets should be. It sat motionless. Breathing. Evelyn stepped back. The door beside it read 0135. She looked through. Another version. This one was screaming, but there was no sound. The mouth hung open, jaw distended unnaturally wide, but the room was silent. The figure's hands were nails, on concrete, clawing until fingers bent backward and bone peeked through. She moved on. Every door showed another her, trapped, twisted, some in pain, some at peace, some unmoving. Each room a version of her that had made a different choice. Opened the wrong door, answered the knock, stayed asleep, believed the lie. She began to walk faster. The doors went on and on. One version was pregnant, sitting calmly, hands on her belly, smiling. Another was burned, beyond recognition, yet still alive. Another was simply sitting in the dark, whispering, "I deserve this," over and over. Then she passed a door and froze. It didn't have a number. Just one word, Alex. She stared at it. The key in her hand grew cold. The metal hissed against her skin. She looked through the slot. Darkness, nothing. But she heard him, breathing. Shallow. Terrified. "Alex," she whispered. Something moved in the dark. She reached for the lock. But the door opened on its own. She stepped in. No walls. No ceiling. Just darkness in every direction. And a single chair, facing away. She walked slowly. Her footsteps made no sound. "Alex," she called again. The chair creaked. Turned. He was there. But younger. 6, maybe 7. Pale, frail. His eyes glowed faintly in the blackness. "Mom," he whispered. She ran to him. Dropped to her knees. Held his face. It was warm. Real. Alive. He didn't pull away. Didn't cry. Just looked at her. "You left the door open," he said. "I didn't mean to." "But you did." She nodded. "I know." He tilted his head. "Will you close it now?" Tears ran down her cheeks. "I don't know if I can. You have to." How? He reached into his chest. His hand passed through skin like water, and he pulled something out. A second key. Smaller. Silver. Blood on the teeth. He gave it to her. "Not all doors want to be opened," he said. Then he vanished. Not like a dream. Not like a memory. Like smoke drawn into lungs. Gone. The chair was empty. The darkness pulsed. Then, the knocking returned, louder than before. Everywhere. 1,000 fists on 1,000 doors. And she understood now. This wasn't about her. It never had been. She wasn't the only door. Everyone was a door. Some just didn't know they'd been opened. She ran. The hallway reappeared. The numbered doors were slamming open, one by one. Figures stepping out. Each a version of her. Some weeping. Some laughing. Some crawling. Some whispering things she couldn't understand. They didn't chase her. They just watched. Judged. Welcomed. She sprinted through the corridor, turned a corner, and stopped. A mirror. Floor to ceiling. And in it, every version of her stood side by side, a crowd of Evelyns. Some held knives. Some held babies. Some were nothing but smoke in human form. The reflection in the center was her. Present day. Real. Whole. She stepped forward. Touched the glass. It rippled. And she stepped through. She was back in the hospital room. Alex was gone. The chair was empty. The lights were dim. Rain pelted the window. But now, there was a door on the far wall that hadn't been there before. Tall. Black iron. No knob. Only a keyhole waiting. She approached. Held both keys. Black in one hand, silver in the other. The black key shook, trembled. Fought. The silver key waited. She chose the silver, inserted it, turned. The door opened. Inside, a room. White walls. A crib. Sunlight. Lauder. Mark stood in the corner, smiling. Alex played on the floor. The real Alex. Older. Healthy. Whole. He looked up. Mom. And Evelyn smiled. Tears falling. She stepped forward. One step. Two. Then the door slammed behind her. The laughter stopped. Mark vanished. Alex froze. Turned to face her. His eyes were hollow. Black pits. His mouth moved. And in her voice, he said, "You picked the wrong one." The walls melted. The floor gave way. And she fell again. She woke up screaming. Still in the hospital bed. Alex beside her, sleeping. A nurse rushing in. Doctors. Hands on her. Voices calling her name. But she couldn't hear them. All she could hear was the knocking. Now louder. Now closer. Now inside her. She didn't sleep for the next 3 nights. She couldn't. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the room with the black door. Every time she drifted too far, the knocking returned. More impatient. More erratic, like it was learning her rhythms. The hospital room that once gave her comfort had become her cell. Each beep of the monitor, each whisper in the hallway, each fluorescent flicker pressed against her skin, like fingers tapping out a message in a code she was too exhausted to crack. Alex tried to act normal, bless him. He brought her books, board games, even tried to teach her a card trick he had seen online. But every time he smiled, she saw the reflection of that other Alex. The one with the hollow eyes who had called her mom, and then smiled with teeth that weren't human. She didn't tell him. How could she? How do you explain that you don't know if the child sitting beside you is real, or a perfectly constructed mask waiting to split open? She asked the nurse if they could move her to a different room. The nurse agreed too quickly. That night she was relocated down the hall to room 210. Room 210. The same room number she had passed over and over again in the impossible hospital corridor from her descent. The bed was the same. The windows the same. But there was something off about the mirror above the sink. She approached it once, when no one else was around. Her reflection lagged. Just by a beat. Just enough to make her freeze. It smiled a second too late, and she backed away. She stopped brushing her hair after that. Stopped looking at her reflection entirely. Even in the spoon, even in the polished surface of her IV stand. She wasn't afraid of seeing something there. She was afraid of seeing nothing. On the 4th night, she tried to leave. Not permanently. Just a walk down the hallway. Just to prove to herself that the world outside the room still existed. The nurse's station. The vending machine. The TV that always played the weather channel at low volume, like a ritual to keep time moving forward. She stepped out quietly, barefoot. The hallway lights were dim. Too dim, and silent. No nurses, no visitors, no sounds from other rooms. She passed room 208. It was boarded shut. Nails bent outward like they'd been forced in from the inside. She hurried. Room 209, no door. Just a black curtain. Something moved behind it. Slowly. As if turning to face her, she didn't stop. Room 2011, open. Inside, her mother sat in the hospital bed. Evelyn froze. Her mother had died 5 years ago. The woman in the bed turned to her. Her eyes were missing, but her voice was intact. "You still haven't closed it?" she said. Evelyn stepped back. "Wrong hallway," she whispered to herself. She turned to run back to her room, but room 210 was gone. The number had changed. Now it said 1000. She pushed the door open. Inside, darkness and knocking, but not in threes anymore. Now it was a rhythm, a pattern. It sounded like words. She slammed the door shut, backed away. The walls around her began to ripple. The tiles under her feet shifted. They weren't hospital tiles anymore. They were wood, warped, wet. She was back in the house. Not the house as it was. Not the house as it burned. The house beneath the house. It had no roof. Just sky, black and seething like an ocean of ink above her head. The rooms stretched impossibly far, and in each one she saw fragments. An old birthday, Mark proposing, Alex's first steps, her mother's funeral. Each room held a memory, some intact, some broken, some bleeding into each other like watercolors in a storm. She ran from one to the next, searching. For what? She didn't know. Not until she saw the mirror again. The one from the attic. This time, it didn't wait for her. It moved, stepped out, and it was her. But older. Gone. Eyes too wide, too bright. Skin pale like porcelain about to crack. "I've been trying to reach you," the reflection said. Evelyn couldn't speak. "There's no getting out," the double said. "There's only forward." To what? To all of it. Then the reflection held up a phone. A rotary one. Red. It began to ring. The sound pierced through the fog around her mind like a blade. She answered it. Static. Then a voice. "Do you remember the first time you knocked?" Evelyn dropped the phone. She didn't want to remember. But she did. She was 5. She was playing hide and seek. She had gone into the attic against her father's warnings. There had been a trunk. She had knocked on it 3 times, thinking it was funny. And something had knocked back. That night, she dreamed of eyes in the walls. But over time, she forgot. She had always forgotten, but it never had. The house vanished. She was on the street now. Not just any street, her street, present day. The fire hadn't touched anything. Mark's car was in the driveway. The lights were on inside. She walked up the path, tried the door. It opened. Inside her life, as it would have been if none of this had happened. Alex doing homework. Mark making dinner. The sound of a game on the TV. She stepped in slowly, closed the door behind her. The warmth hit her like a flood. Tears came, real ones. Then Alex turned around, smiled. "Hi, Mom." And his eyes were wrong. She turned to Mark. His mouth was smiling, but the corners were too wide. The floorboards behind her pulsed. The walls began to breathe. This was not her home. This was its version of home. A lure, a loop. "You never left," they said in unison. She ran, back out the door. Only it wasn't her neighborhood anymore. Just fog and knocking, again. Endless. From above. From within. And this time, she realized it wasn't asking to be let in. It already had been. It had been living there. In her decisions. In her silence. In her forgetting. Every time she ignored the knock, it fed. Every time she denied what happened in the attic, it spread. And now, she was no longer Evelyn. She was doorway. And something was about to step through. Back in the real world. Or the closest thing to it. Her hospital monitors flatlined. The nurses came running. Doctors yelling. Shock paddles. Clear. Once. Twice. Then her eyes opened. But she didn't scream. She didn't move. She just smiled. And from her throat something laughed. Low, hungry, grateful. Evelyn didn't know how long she'd been lying in the hospital bed after they brought her back. She remembered the moment her heart stopped, if that had really happened. She remembered the searing cold, the knock that came from inside her own chest, and the voices whispering thank you with every beat. She remembered the way the nurses had screamed when she opened her eyes, not because she was alive, but because of how she smiled. They kept her under observation after that, monitored her closely. too closely. Everything in that room changed. The air grew heavy. Visitors became sparse. Doctors spoke in hushed tones at her door. Her charts were updated less frequently, though she saw them glance at her when they thought she wasn't watching. And the mirrors. God, the mirrors. They began to sweat. Just sweat. As if they were alive, like they were breathing in anticipation. Every surface that should reflect just fogged instead. Her own face had become missing. Alex visited every day, but something about him had changed too. His hands trembled when he held hers. His words were measured, cautious, as if he was talking to a stranger wearing his mother's skin. The light in his eyes, once the only tether she had left, now flickered with unease, and she hated that most of all. Not because she feared losing him, but because she feared she already had. Something had followed her back. Or worse, something had stayed behind, and she was what had come through instead. One evening, the doctor returned, not the kind-eyed one. A new man, Dr. Lemieux. He was tall, thin, moved like smoke across tile. His voice was too smooth, too slow. When he smiled, it was like his lips were remembering how to do it from some old photograph. Evelyn watched him from her bed as he sat in the chair across from her, clipboard in hand. He asked her questions. Did she know where she was? What day it was? Did she remember the fire? She answered each one. But the questions weren't really about facts. They were measurements. He was checking to see if what looked like Evelyn was still inside. He folded his clipboard, set it on his lap. Then he leaned in and asked, "Have you been dreaming again?" She didn't answer. He continued, "Because we've been watching your brain scans. You're sleeping, but it's not rest. It's activity, structured, purposeful." He said the last word with weight, like it meant something more than just intent. Evelyn looked at the window. Reflected in the glass was not her face, but the door again. The black door, tall and iron, hovering behind her like a silent threat. Dr. Lemieux noticed her staring. He didn't turn to look. He just said, "You left it open, didn't you?" Her eyes snapped to him. He was still smiling. That night, the hospital room changed again. Subtly. First it was the lights. Too dim, though no one turned them down. Then it was the clock, which moved backward in 5-second jumps, like it was reeling from something it had seen. The hum of machines became discordant, almost melodic in their malfunction. She stood from the bed. No IV this time. No wires. They had stopped hooking her up after the flatline. Maybe they knew it didn't matter anymore. She walked barefoot to the door, opened it, and the hallway wasn't there. Just a void, pitch black, but filled with sound. Every knock she'd ever ignored echoed through it. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, layered on top of each other like a symphony of regret. She stepped forward. The floor formed beneath her feet, wooden planks, warped and splintered. The kind from the house, the real one, or the first one. Or maybe they were the same all along. She walked for what felt like hours, through the dark, past mirrors that didn't reflect, past doors that bled, and eventually she reached a room. No door, just an opening, inside herself. But it wasn't just one version this time. It was all of them, dozens of Evelyns, standing in a circle, waiting for her. Each one carried something, a box, a key, a child, a knife. They parted for her to step inside. And at the center of the room, a crib. She hesitated. One version of her, the one with the scar across her cheek, spoke first. "You brought it here." Another, older, gaunt, added, "We all did." The one with the knife said, "Now we raise it." Evelyn stepped forward and looked into the crib. What lay there was not a child. It was a shape, black, wet, constantly shifting, a knot of limbs and eyes. It cooed softly, and when it opened its mouth, it spoke in her voice. "Mom." She stumbled back. No, I didn't make this." The versions of her circled closer. "But you carried it," said the one with the baby. "You fed it," said the one with no mouth. "You listened," said the blind one. "And now it's yours," said the first. The thing in the crib began to crawl upward, over the edge, reaching for her. "Take it," they chanted. "Take it, take it, take it," she screamed. And the room shattered. She awoke in the hospital again. Alone, lights on, heart pounding. The door was open. A nurse passed by, peeked in, smiled. "Rough night." Evelyn didn't answer. She looked down at her hands. There was blood on her fingertips and under her nails. She leapt up, ran to the sink, washed them, scrubbed until the skin turned red, and when she looked up at the mirror, the crib was behind her again. Closer this time. This wasn't sleep. This wasn't hallucination. Something was bleeding into the world. Something she had carried back, and it was growing. The next time Alex visited, he brought her a drawing. A picture of their old house. Not how it looked before the fire, but after. Charred wood, dark windows, smoke curling from the roof, and one detail that made her hands tremble. The attic window was open, and something was inside. She asked him who it was. He shrugged. "That's where you live now," he said. She stared at him. "What?" He looked confused. "You live in the attic." "No." "Alex, I'm right here." He frowned. "No, that's where you are now." She broke. That night, she tried to escape for real. She made it down the hallway, to the elevator. But when the doors opened, it wasn't the hospital lobby. It was the house again, not as it was, as it is. Collapsed, burned, and still alive. She stepped inside anyway, let the doors close. She now understood it wasn't about escaping. It was about choosing which version of herself to become. Every door had been a choice. Every knock had been a test. And somewhere along the way, she'd chosen wrong. Now the door she once opened, just once as a child in the attic, was everywhere. It had no hinges, no frame, no keyhole. It was her. Back in her hospital bed, she whispered a truth aloud for the first time. "I'm not me." And from the corner of the room, a shadow moved. A figure stepped out. Her, but not. Older, taller, hollow-eyed, smiling with recognition. Finally, the double said, "I know." When she opened her eyes, the hospital room was drenched in silence heavier than water. Monitors ticked in a faltering rhythm, as though they were unsure how long to keep time. The bed was the same, the window the same, but everything else felt wrong. The shadows didn't fall naturally. The corners of the room bent. The ceiling sagged, and behind her reflection in the window, no street. Just blackness pressing against the glass like cold breath. She forced herself upright. Her body ached, bruised, blood under her fingernails. She didn't remember taking a scissor to her nails. But then, nothing in this place had to follow logic anymore. The double she'd seen earlier, the hollow-eyed version who knew all her secrets, was there, leaning in the window glass behind her reflection. Its eyes caught hers. A blink behind a blink. "You left me behind," it whispered, though its lips didn't move. She silenced the panic that roared behind her ribs. She had learned already that speaking aloud was dangerous. The voices heard it. The doors heard it. It might let something through, or send something worse in return. She reached for the IV stand, gripping it to steady herself. The metal felt wrong, soft in places, warped like wax. She dragged it to the door, stepped into the hallway. It stretched longer than before. The lights were dim. The floor seemed to ripple underfoot. Door numbers flickered 234 Alex. They morphed without warning. She walked footsteps hollow. No other sound but the distant hum of something mechanical, like gears reluctantly turning. At the end of the hall, the elevator doors stood open. Inside the car was black, no buttons, no light. She stepped in. The doors closed behind her, but not with a click. They slid. And as they shut, mirrors appeared on all sides. She saw herself from every angle, thin, pale, gasping, confident, broken, smiling, screaming. And behind each her, another figure, just out of frame, lurking. The elevator descended, deeper than the hospital could contain. Levels past, basement, attic, hallway, void. She tried to press a button, but there was no panel, only her reflection's eyes, silently pleading. The car stopped. The doors slid open. She stood in the old hallway again. But it was a hall she didn't remember, wallpaper peeling, in strange contours, wood warped, smell of smoke and soil. Doors lined both sides, some familiar, some alien. She passed one with Mom carved crudely in splintered wood. Another read Dad, one child, one Evelyn. They hung open or closed in random order. Behind some, slivers of light. Behind others, nothing. She walked. She avoided glancing at the mirrors. She couldn't risk seeing something that moved when she didn't. She came to the end. A wall. A full-length mirror set flush into the surface. She hesitated, then reached out. The glass was warm. Her reflection stepped forward ahead of her and placed its hand on the glass from the other side. She flinched, pulling back, but it pulled toward her. Her fingers trembled. The mirror, Version's lips parted, "Let me out." She shattered the mirror with her fist. Glass shards rained inward. She stumbled back, gasping. Behind her, the hallway had changed. The doors were gone. Instead, a great black void at the far wall. It breathed, inhaled, exhaled. She stepped closer. From within the void came a voice, not her voice. Deep, resonant, layered, it said, "You've already come in. There's nowhere left to enter." Instinct froze her. The void extended a hand. It was skeletal, cracked. It touched her cheek. The air went numb. She felt a static drag inside her skull, as if something was pulling cords on her memory. She fell back, but landed not on wood, but tile. Hospital tile. The smell of antiseptic flooded in. Monitors beeped. The void reversed, swallowed itself, and the doors reappeared. She was back in the hospital corridor. Nurses passed. The lights flickered green-white. She staggered toward her room. When she pushed the door open, the bed was empty. No body, no Alex, no monitors. Just darkness in place of the room. Behind her, the void door stood open now in the wall. She turned. The hallway beyond was white, brilliant, sterile. Sunlight poured in. At the end, her home sat, a house fresh and undamaged. She stepped inside. Everything looked normal, the furniture in place, walls clean, photographs on shelves. She saw Alex on the stairs, Mark in the kitchen. Relief surged, but cut sharply when she noticed their faces. They were blank, no eyes. She whispered, "Mark," but he didn't respond. She cried out to Alex, but Alex vanished. The house twitched. The walls buckled. The floor warped beneath her feet. She ran to the front door, pulled the knob. It wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. And behind her, footsteps, slow, deliberate. She spun. The hollow-eyed double she'd seen in the mirror stood in the stairwell, smiling, holding her hand. A black key resting on her palm. Then the double multiplied. Behind each window, from every room, she saw versions of her double step forward. Eyes empty. Lips parted in wordless smiles. Evelyn backed away. The house was merging around her. The walls bent inward. The ceiling descended. The floor folded. She felt weightless. She felt seen. She felt wrong. The keys in her pockets rattled. The black key she grabbed when she first touched the door, and the silver key Alex had given her. Both glowed faintly. She brought them up, trembling, and pressed them both into her chest. Then she let them go. Her chest burned. She stood, trying to steady herself. The figures closed in. The double that had walked out of the mirror reached her first. It touched her shoulder. Its skin was cold. Its voice came softly, "It's okay. You're one with us now." Behind it, the others extended hands too. Something inside Evelyn screamed. Not in the air, in her bones. She raised her voice, defiant, though the sound felt hollow in her throat. "No." The doubles halted. The house stilled, lights dimmed. Then the door behind her burst open. A blinding white light. A hand, Alex's hand. The real Alex's hand. He reached in, pulling her forward. She grabbed it. Ran. The world dissolved like mist. She found herself lying on cold tile again. Hospital. Lights dimmed. The door to her room cracked open, and on the floor in front of her bed, 2 keys. Black and silver, side by side. She crawled across, picked them up. Her fingers closed around them. And behind her, from the doorway, 3 slow knocks. 1, 3, then silence. And in her mind, A voice in her tone whispered, "You let me out." Evelyn stayed still for a moment too long, listening to the echo of those final 3 knocks, feeling the weight of every version of her that had ever answered them. The hospital room had grown silent again. The machines blinked, monitors beeped half-heartedly, but otherwise the space held its breath. She clutched both keys, black and silver, to her chest, skin clammy. The door behind her stood open, revealing the dim hallway light. She didn't turn to look. She couldn't trust what stood back there. The darkness would be too familiar. She rose to her feet slowly. Her legs shook beneath her, as though she'd slept a century. The tiled floor felt wrong underfoot, slick as if wet, though nothing dripped. She walked toward the doorway, every step measured. The keys weighed in her pocket, 2 anchors in an unsteady world. She paused in the threshold, 1 foot poised between the safety of this room and the unknown that beckoned. Her reflection in the hallway glass was delayed, distorted, something with too many shadows behind it. She stepped into the corridor. The lights flickered. The air cooled, smelling faintly of burnt wood and damp earth. The corridor elongated, walls stretching, folding in on themselves. Doors shifted in their frames. The wallpaper peeled in places, revealing blackness underneath. She passed room numbers that looped: 210, 214, 208, then 210 again. She forced her mind to stay present, to ignore the pull in the walls, to hold on to the keys. Ahead, she saw a figure, small, standing half in doorframe, half in shadow, Alex. But his face was too pale, his eyes too deep. He didn't move. She called to him.
Alex?
Her voice quavered and cracked in the silence. He tilted his head, expression blank, then vanished entirely. The doorframe remained open. The room beyond glowed with unnatural light. She stumbled forward. Inside her old living room, as it had been before the fire, the smell of wood and old carpet, a window with curtains drawn. Shadows flickered in corners. Mark's chair sat by the fireplace. The hearth was cold. The mantel held the same photograph: Mark, Evelyn, and Alex on a beach trip. But their faces in the photo were blurred, smudged. No eyes. She approached slowly, fingers trembling. The photograph frame rattled on the mantel, as though touched by wind, though there was none. The mirror on the wall caught movement behind her. She turned, but nothing. Then she looked back at the mirror. Her reflection was there, but pale, behind her in the room. One of her shadows. It mouthed her name, silent. She took a step back. The photograph glass cracked, a single fracture spreading outward like a spider's leg. Then the knock came, faint, from behind the walls, inside the very structure of the house. Once, twice, 3 times. It reverberated. It felt in her bones. She dropped to her knees. The photo frame slammed down. Wood groaned. Light flickered. The walls rippled. The fireplace ignited suddenly, flame leaping up. The room burst into molten orange light. Before she could scream, she was pulled backward. The keys ripped from her grasp. She tumbled through the doorway, back into the corridor. The world blurred. The door behind her sealed itself. The glowing room vanished. The corridor stretched again. She lurched forward, hands outstretched, chasing sound. The knocking followed her, echoing, surrounding her, filling every inch of space. She cursed and ran faster. At the end of the hallway, the black iron door she had seen so many times, tall and silent. It pulsed faintly, like breathing. The keyhole loomed. She approached it. Dust fluttered. The air rushed inwards. She inserted the black key first. It fitted. The twist echoed in a way that felt cosmic. The door swung open, revealing pitch, blackness deeper than night itself. Something exhaled from it, a cold breath that touched her face and sent her spine rigid. She recoiled. The silver key glowed. She pushed it through a second keyhole that had appeared beside the first on the door's frame. It clicked. The door split open in 2 planes. It felt like the inside of her chest was tearing. Light and shadow warred within the threshold. A figure stepped forward, the hollow-eyed version of herself. It smiled, mournful, and extended its hand. Evelyn stood firm. She lifted both keys. She said nothing. She didn't let fear speak for her. The reflection mirrored her stance. They looked at each other, breathless. Electricity crackled in the void beyond. Then, a roar. The darkness exploded outward. She lunged. The hollow-eyed version recoiled. The thresholds collapsed inward, folding space. She fell forward into the rupture. She landed on cold earth outdoors. Night. Trees overhead rustled in a wind that smelled of ash. She lay on her back looking up at stars. But the sky was wrong. Some stars blinked sideways. Constellations she didn't recognize formed and dissolved. She pushed herself up and saw the house before her. Her house, but more twisted, alive. It breathed smoke and shadows. Windows were empty voids. The front porch steps cracked. The door glowed faintly at the top. The world around seemed fluid, as though painted and still drying. She climbed the steps. The ground shifted. Trees crept closer. Branches rasped. She reached the door. It was unlocked. She entered. Inside hallway. The air was thick. The floor creaked under her weight. Doors lined both sides. One was open, Alex's room. She peered in. The bed was empty. The walls drenched in memories. Toys scattered. Pictures on the dresser. One was of Alex, smiling, but again, eyes scratched out. She left the door and continued. The living room, empty. The kitchen, broken. The fire hearth cold again. The smell of rot drifted. She moved upstairs. At the attic door, it was open now. The mirror lay shattered. The box with her name languished in pieces. The hole in the floorboards yawned. From it, faint light glowed. She approached it with caution. The blackness inside pulsed. The knocking came again. Once, twice, 3 times. She reached down. The keys pulled themselves back into her hands. She knelt. A hand reached up from the dark, pale, fragile. It clawed at the air. She hesitated a moment, breath ragged, before gripping it. She hauled upward. She pulled. Weak hand. Stronger. Skin and bone and shadow mixed. And finally Alex's form emerged. He collapsed on the floor. She held him. He coughed, gasped, eyes closed. But alive. She looked down at him, tears sliding. She thought, this is it. This is real. But then the hollow-eyed version of her appeared behind them. It watched. The air shuddered. The walls groaned. Her real self, in pain, in the flesh, bed hospital, pulsing in wires, watched through doors. She knew now this world was only one layer. The other stayed too. They overlapped. And the knock was always answered. By someone. Alex's eyes fluttered open. She embraced him. The hollow-eyed double smiled. And then the door behind them slammed shut. They were trapped. In the house. In the nightmare. In each other. And from the darkness behind that shut door, 3 knocks. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. The silence that followed the 3 knocks was a living thing. It pressed against Evelyn's ears, her chest, even the skin beneath her clothes, hungry for sound. Alex lay in her arms, weak but breathing, and she held him as though her existence depended on it. Because right then it did. The hollow-eyed double watched from the shadowed doorway before slipping into the walls, like thick smoke retreating, but its presence lingered. Every photograph on the walls flickered with movement behind glass. Every floorboard vibrated in sympathy with something deep behind the house's bones. Evelyn stood, holding Alex close, and carried him through the hall. Doors before looked different, moved, warped, unfamiliar. The air reeked of damp earth, of decay, of fires burned long ago. It felt like the house itself was breathing, inhaling their fear, exiling whispers in the walls. She passed the mirror in the hallway. It cracked spontaneously, webbing fractures from the center outward, jagged lines bleeding darkness. Her reflection behind it was missing its eyes, mouth parted in silent lament. She didn't look again. She descended into the basement. The stairs were not the same ones she'd known. They stretched longer, deeper, and narrower. Each step echoed as though she were walking in a tunnel beneath the world. Alex whimpered in her arms but made no sound. She went deeper. The air cooled. Dampness dripped from unseen pipes. Shadows gathered thickly in corners. The only light was a pale glow from below. At the very bottom was a door. Black, frame cracked, hinges rusted. The knocking reverberated through it. 3 slow, heavy taps. Evelyn's heart thundered. She set Alex down gently on the floor and approached. Her fingers touched the doorknob. It was ice cold. She gripped the key, both keys, and turned them together. The lock resisted, screeching. She leaned in. The moment the door swung inward, the basement vanished. She and Alex stood instead in a great abyss of white, a blinding void. The house, the darkness, the walls, all dissolved. The only things were themselves floating in infinite emptiness. Alex slid from her arms, landing softly on unseen ground. She watched him upright, bewildered, and then the hollow-eyed version appeared in front of them, arms outstretched. Behind it, dozens of their duplicates flickered in the whiteness, stepping forward. They advanced, silent, eyes hollow, each figure a threshold. As they approached, the void cracked with energy, fractures of reality splitting open. Evelyn grabbed Alex's hand and pulled. They ran, not in any direction, because direction no longer existed, but away. The duplicates followed. The echoes of footsteps filled the emptiness with sound. The background hummed, a cathedral resonance of something immense waiting. Then, above them, the black door reappeared. Against the white void it looked like a wound. It opened. From inside poured shadows, darkness forms. The duplicates surged toward it, vanishing into its frame. Evelyn and Alex paused. The void around them roiled as though stirred by a giant hand. The hollow-eyed version climbed toward the threshold. The shadows called to her from within. Voices familiar, twisted, beckoning. She felt her heart split. One part pulled toward the door, one anchored to the reel. She raised both keys. Then, she kicked forward, pushed the hollow-eyed version back. She blocked its step into the threshold. The duplicates hesitated. The door trembled. The void moaned. She heard Alex gasp, small behind her. She turned, saw him terrified, vulnerable. But before she could choose, the door slammed shut. Darkness folded in. The world snapped back. She was holding Alex in her arms again. Back in the basement, they knew. Walls around her drenched in shadow. The air stale. The doorknob still in her hand. Both keys clutched. The hollow-eyed version gone. Silence reigned. And then the knocks. Deep, from below, beneath the floor. 1, 2, 3. Louder. Closer. She crawled forward. Alex in one arm, the keys in her fingers. She pressed a hand to the floor. The wood vibrated. Something scraped underneath. Something shifting. She followed the sound down a tunnel beneath the basement, lifting boards, lowering herself into darkness. The tunnel was tight, damp, smelling of soil and rot. Alex cried, quietly, but smaller, weaker, so she pressed on. She turned corners, crawled through narrow spaces, guided by the sound of the knocks, which grew louder, angrier, desperate. Up ahead, a door, slotted in concrete. She reached it, turned the key. The door burst open into a chamber. It was enormous, a hollow beneath foundations. The walls curved upward, unending, the ceiling unreachable. In the center, a well of blackness. From it rose the hollow-eyed version, and behind her, the thousands of duplicates, shadows fleeing outwards, wreathing like smoke. The hollow-eyed version raised its arms. The well exhaled. Evelyn raised both keys. Her voice cracked. You have to go back. You have to stop this. The hollow-eyed version smiled sadly. You are part of it. You always have been. From the well, a shape clawed outward. The knot of limbs, the thing in the crib, the voice behind the door. It was immense now, stretching, reaching. It caught the hollow-eyed version's hand, pulled it into the void. The duplicates cried out, dissolving. The room shuddered. Evelyn shielded Alex. The well's edges cracked. Light and dark ward. Objects around the chamber broke and reformed, twisted. The duplicates, herselves, flickered in and out. She took a breath and stepped forward, gripping the keys toward the well. The thing reached out, arms twisting. The hollow-eyed figure vanished within. The shadows receded. Silence swallowed sound. Evelyn placed the black key into an unseen slot at the rim of the well. It clicked. The silver key followed. The well inhaled. A gust of wind sucked at her clothes, pulled at her hair. The void within retracted. The shadows folded inward, imploding like a black star collapsing. In one violent motion, the well snapped shut. The floor shook. The walls rattled. The void extinguished. The duplicates vanished. Evelyn fell to her knees, clutching Alex. It was quiet, still, hallowed. She held him tight. The keys faded from her hands. The chamber darkened to shadowy black. The hollow-eyed version's voice whispered once, "Thank you." Then nothing. They crawled up the tunnel. The door behind them sealed silently as they emerged back in the basement. The house around them felt quieter, empty, but watchful. Evelyn carried Alex upstairs, through rooms that seemed less twisted, less alive. The walls no longer pulsed. The floors no longer vibrated. The mirror in the hallway hung cracked but still reflective. They emerged into daylight. Outside, the house looked ruined, burned, but still solid. The world turned, wind whispered in trees. Evelyn stepped forward with Alex beside her. She looked back at the house. No door there now. No knock. Inside the silence. They walked away from the house in silence. The sunlight felt strange, too bright in places, too dim in others, as though the world's brightness had been recalibrated while she slept. Evelyn kept glancing back. She expected to see the black door standing in the ruin, shadows spilling, a silhouette waiting to step through. But there was nothing, just scorched wood, broken windows, ashes drifting like gray snow. Alex's hand was small in hers, limp with exhaustion, but real. Real? She told herself. Beyond the yard, the gravel road stretched. She led Alex along it, toward where the street should be. Past burnt trees, past collapsed fences, even past neighbors' homes half melted. The world felt half dream now. Each step echoed differently underfoot, like walking on shifting plates. At every crossroad, a door could appear. She passed curbs with strange cracks, gutters that swallowed sound. She clutched the memory of the chamber under the house, the well, the key, the thing folded inward. She could feel the hollow-eyed versions whisper in her mind, "Still you are part of it." They reached their car. It was what remained, welded metal shell, doors jammed, glass shattered. She touched the hood. It felt unnaturally cold. She looked at Alex. "We walked together." He nodded. He didn't speak. His face was pale, but determined. They moved along the road, edges of town behind them. Empty lots, withered trees, street signs peeled half away, names carved out. Everywhere the silence lay heavy. They passed a playground, swings hanging, motionless. A slide melted, a sandbox filled unevenly with ash. Evelyn remembered bringing Alex here years ago, pushing him on the swings. She imagined his laughter, but it rang hollow in her memory now. As dusk fell, the sky dimmed into violet and bruise. The world folded darker. Evelyn saw a shape ahead, a doorway, in the middle of the road. It was simple white frame, no wall attached. She stopped. The knock hammered behind her ribs. 1, 2, 3. She clenched her teeth. She turned to Alex. He watched her steadily. "We go through together," she said. He nodded. She approached. The door looked new, untouched by ash or flame. The brass knob gleamed in the gathering dusk. She held her breath and opened it. On the other side, a corridor, white walls, soft light carpeted floor. No smoke, no ruin. The air smelled clean, like hope. She stepped in. Alex followed. The door closed behind them with a soft sigh. Inside, the corridor stretched longer than any hall she remembered. Soft voices echoed. Indistinct. She touched the wall. It was solid. She felt relief quake beneath her skin. They walked. Room after room, doors on either side, some closed, some ajar. Through windows she saw fragments, a garden still blooming, children playing, a sky bright. She thought maybe this was home. Maybe this was the world she lost. But something tightened in her chest. She reached an open door at the end. Inside, a living room she recognized. It was the one she longed for. The couch, the rug, the photographs. Mark reading in the chair. Alex playing. The scene froze as they entered. Mark looked up. He smiled. "You're safe." The relief she felt burned too fast. His eyes flickered. She saw shadow vanish from the corners of the room. The rug curled as stones cracked beneath. The wall behind Mark seemed to breathe. She gasped. He tilted his head oddly. His mouth stretched. The photograph on the wall warped. A mirror across the room cracked. Then, with a snap, the flawless image snapped apart: glass, smoke, darkness. The room dissolved, folding into blackness. She grabbed Alex and fled down the corridor. Doors slammed. Light snapped out. The corridor narrowed. Their footsteps echoed in emptiness. The knock returned, not distant now, but immediate. Against walls, ceilings, her bones. 1, 2, 3. It followed them, pressing. They ran. At every junction she guessed wrong, choosing corridors that looped. She felt hands behind walls brush, sensed presences shifting. Alex clutched her hand tighter. She whispered, "Keep going." Finally, she burst through a frame. Light, daylight, grass underfoot. The car was there. The street beyond intact. Neighbors watching, lights on. Relief welled. She turned to Alex. He looked around. "Mom." But behind him, in the shadow of the house, the iron black door stood, small and singular. Behind it, darkness pulsed. The knock. 3 weak taps, soft but certain. She looked at Alex. She looked at the door. She felt the pull. She didn't reach for a key. She didn't move. She watched it. The door stared back. The shadows inside shifted, forming shapes like fingers. She took a breath. Alex looked at her, eyes wide. She whispered, "We can't go in again." The door seemed to sigh. The knock came again. 1, 3. Then silence. They walked away. The door remained where it was, against the shadows, waiting. Over her shoulder, Evelyn glanced back once. The door held steady. No one came through. But she carried a knowledge now: doors don't just open things. Sometimes they are the only way forward. And sometimes what waits on the other side is you. They walked away from the door without speaking. The street was quiet, everything bathed in the soft gray of dusk. Evelyn kept glancing back, but the door did not follow. It stood still in the distance, poised between shadow and light, waiting. Alex walked beside her, small but steady. His hand in hers was the only anchor she trusted. She told herself, "We're done. The house is burnt, the door too, the past sealed. The keys lie buried." She hoped the knock was over. They reached the curb. The car door sagged. The engine was silent, but intact. Evelyn tried the key. Nothing. She frowned, scratching her head. They had walked all the way to the car, and the key no longer worked. She tested the silver key, then the black one. Neither turned the lock. The windows were closed. The trunk latched. It was as if the car had become a shell locked beyond repair. She swallowed hard. "What now?" Alex whispered. She felt tears slip. "We walk," she said, voice low. "We keep going." So they walked. Past houses, quiet lawns, streetlights flickering on. The world looked normal, but nothing felt safe. Shadows shifted just beyond their vision. Walls seemed to breathe. Pavement cracked underfoot. Alex hesitated at driveways, glancing at empty windows. Evelyn forced her steps, watching for movement. The knock was gone, or maybe hiding again. She didn't dare test silence. After a while, they reached the edge of town. Fields yawned, dark earth restless. A wind rose, carrying distant voices, or maybe just memory. She wrapped her arms around Alex. He shivered. The road stretched on, nothing but open land ahead, and the sky widening overhead. The door they left behind sat too distant to see. She told herself the boundary was broken, the loop broken. But a whisper in her mind asked, did she carry the door with her? They walked under street lamps that faded to broken poles, to no poles at all. The pavement gave way to gravel, then dirt, then nothing but grass. The darkness swallowed. She thought she saw a shape moving in the field. At first she dismissed it, just trees, wind. But the shape was too deliberate. A tall figure, black silhouette, standing in the distance. She blinked. It vanished. Her heart pounded. She held Alex tighter. They pressed on until the night deepened. Exhaustion wore at her bones, but stopping felt dangerous. What if the door reappeared behind them? What if the knock returned? She could not let it catch them. Finally, in the deep dark, they found a farmhouse, lights on inside, a path leading to the door. Evelyn paused. She didn't trust it, but Alex tugged. "Let's ask," he said quietly. They approached. The door opened before they knocked. A woman stood in the doorway. Kind face, tired eyes. She invited them in. Evelyn hesitated, then stepped inside, Alex behind her. The house was warm, lived in, cozy. The smell of soup simmered. The walls held family photographs. It was the kind of home she used to imagine. But when her reflection appeared in the hallway mirror, she flinched. The face looked right, but behind it, her double flickered. The reflection's eyes turned black for a blink. Evelyn jerked away. Alex looked back, frightened. The woman turned to see. She smiled. "Welcome," she said. Evelyn swallowed. She held Alex's hand. She looked at the door behind them. Closed. Locked. The knock was quiet again, but she could feel the echo in the walls. 1, 2, 3. She turned. The mirror cracked. The woman didn't notice. She just asked, "Would you like dinner?" Evelyn forced a weak nod. She sat, Alex beside her. The house was too still. The clock on the wall ticked out of sync, then stopped. The lights flickered. The door behind them rattled. She held her breath. She told herself, maybe this isn't the door. Maybe this is safe. Maybe she's finally out. But behind her eyelids, she saw the threshold. She felt the pull. The door exists wherever you think it doesn't. And somewhere in the silence, 3 soft knocks inside her skull. She exhaled. She made a promise she didn't fully believe. "I'll never open it again." The woman cleared her throat, offering soup. Evelyn took the bowl, forced a little to Alex. She tried to eat. The taste was ash, and the knock whispered, hungry, in her bones. The house smelled of damp wood and stale soup. Evelyn held the bowl loosely in her lap, staring at the surface as though it would ripple open into shadow. Across the table, the woman watched her with quiet patience, her eyes too luminous in the low light. Alex picked at his own plate, silent. Outside, the wind rattled windows, but inside all remained still. Too still, Evelyn thought. She sipped the soup. It was thin, tasted faintly of ash and something metallic, like old coins or rusted nails. She swallowed, forcing calm. She watched the woman stand and retreat into the kitchen. The hollow quiet stretched, filled by the soft ticking of a flawed clock. Every second weighed. Then, from behind the far wall, a knock. A slow, soft knock, but unmistakable. 1, 2, 3, like it insisted on being heard again. Evelyn shot up, soup spilling from her bowl. Alex cried out. The woman reappeared, startled, her face calm but eyes wide. "Oh," she said. "You heard it too." Evelyn didn't answer. The walls around them seemed to hum. The floor underfoot vibrated faintly. The door behind them, which she had scarcely glanced at, creaked on its hinges, though no breeze touched the house. She stood, pulling Alex gently to his feet. "We have tow," she began, but her voice cracked. The woman stood frozen. "Please, stay here," she said. "You're safe." She gestured to a corridor leading deeper in. Evelyn shook her head. This felt too much like an act, staged. But Alex trembled, and she couldn't let him alone. The woman led them down a narrow hallway, past closed doors. At the far end was a small sitting room with dim lamps and a single window. The woman closed the door and turned to them. "I know what you've been through," she said quietly, "and I can help you close that door once and for all." Evelyn's heart hammered. "How?" she asked, voice low. The woman paused, gathering courage. "I used to answer the knocks. I opened the door too many times. That's how they found me. I learned something awful." She reached into a pocket and pulled out a small iron box, worn, carved with the same 3 circles Evelyn had seen before. She held it out. "This box. It holds pieces of the door's memory. If you place the bones of what opened it inside, you lock it forever." Evelyn's breath caught. "What do you mean, bones?" The woman's expression hardened. She pulled up her sleeve and revealed a scar down her forearm. Beneath the skin, in places, she could trace something dark and bond-like. Evelyn recoiled slightly. "They kept me as a vessel," the woman said softly. "The door used me to open, but I reclaimed pieces, fragments of what should never have passed between worlds. I've carried them, hidden them. I can't use them myself anymore. It's too dangerous. But you? Maybe you can finish it." Evelyn's mind reeled. She looked at Alex, fear and hope tangled in his eyes. She looked at the box in the woman's hands. The key she'd held so long felt heavy in her pocket. The knock echoed again, faint but insistent, in her bones. She nodded. "Take the box," the woman said. "Go to where it all started. The attic. Place what's inside at the birth of the door. Close it for real." Evelyn accepted the box. The woman guided them back upstairs, down dim hallways, past the rattling door behind them that threatened to swing open on its own. Each floorboard groaned underfoot. At the top, she was led into a nursery, one she recognized from memory, though warped. The wallpaper peeled, the crib tarnished, and above it, in the corner, hung a dark spot she knew was the door's weak point. The woman whispered, "Open the box now." Evelyn's fingers trembled as she undid the clasp. Inside were fragments, thin bone shards, flecks of mirror, threads of black metal. Bits of wood splintered beyond recognition. The air turned cold. The knock resounded through the ceiling, through her spine. 1, 2, 3. She stood at the center of the room, Alex behind her, box in her hand. The dark spot hung in the corner, a wound in space. She stepped forward and placed the fragments there. The moment the last piece touched, the room convulsed. The wallpaper fluttered like wings. The floor rippled. A scream filled the air, but it was not human. It was the door, whining, protesting. She pressed her palms against the spot. From the darkness behind the spot, a hand clawed outward. Crackling energy. Shadows streamed. The knock hammered again from every wall. She closed her eyes, pushed forward. Then silence. The house went still. The darkness receded. The spot shrank until it vanished, as though erased. The walls returned to normal. The crib looked intact. The air warmed. Evelyn sank to her knees, the box slipping from her grasp. Alex came forward, looking at her. She held him tight, footsteps behind the closed door. It opened slowly. The woman stood there pale. "It's done," she said. "Or maybe it's paused." Evelyn nodded, too exhausted to speak. Outside the window, dusk turned to night. The world resumed. The knock was absent. The silence was honest, not waiting. They stayed in that house for one night. Alex slept in her arms. She scarcely closed her eyes. When morning came, sunlight streamed clean. The woman smiled. She walked them to the front door and watched them leave, never touching them, never speaking again. Evelyn stepped out into the road, Alex beside her. The door they left behind was gone. No frame, no hinge, no door. Just a sunlit space. Evelyn turned to Alex. He looked at her. "Are we safe now?" he asked. She swallowed. "I think mostly." He nodded. They began walking into the sunrise. Shadows held back. The wind whispered, but no knock. And though the world around her still shifted in small ways, tilted lines, echoes in glass, she carried the box in her mind, the memory of bones and doors fragments, and the resolve that she would never open something unknowingly again. As they walked past the last burnt house, Evelyn glanced once, and in the scorched doorway where the door once stood, she saw a faint outline, a shadow, a whisper of frame. But no knock. She forced her feet forward. The sun rose higher. The road stretched ahead. The fragments rested deep in place. And though the boundary between selves was forever changed, she believed now that the door would not answer calling. Silence. A breath between worlds. A step forward. They walked into daylight, the edges of the world brightening with morning. But Evelyn felt the weight of what they had done settle into her bones. She held Alex's hand. His grip was warm and alive, his presence real. They passed the empty lots, the burned houses, the flicker of shadows behind windows, but none seemed to move. The door had vanished. The threshold was gone. Stillness reigned outwardly, but inside her, memories of cracks, echoes, splinters, the feel of bone shards on her palms, the scream of collapsing space, those would not disappear. She swallowed hard, taking in the air. It tasted of fresh rain and new beginnings. She told herself, one step at a time. They skirted the old road to the highway, guided by road signs, by the rising sun, by instinct. Conversations with Alex were halting. He asked about home, about whether the nightmares were over. She told him she hoped so, that she would protect him, that the door would never return. He nodded, but in his eyes she saw the question, which you will protect me from. She didn't answer. Some questions had no safe reply. As they walked, miles passing underfoot, she felt watched. Not by something obvious, but by the silence behind them, the shifting shadows at the periphery, the echo of a heartbeat she couldn't trace. She paused at a roadside cafe, bought water and food, watched her reflection in windows. Her face looked tired, eyes deeper. Hollow spots lingered in mirrors as if some of herself refused to leave. She flinched away from her reflection. But she stained the glass with fingerprints. She realized she didn't know whether she'd healed, or whether she had merely hidden. The night had ended, but the night inside her remained. When dusk came again, they found a small motel. Room key in hand, Evelyn pushed into it. It smelled of stale carpet and air freshener, synthetic peace. She turned on the lamp. The shadows in corners lurked. She placed a chair to block the door. She sat with Alex on the bed, skin raw from hypersensitivity, and watched the walls breathe. Every fiber of her wanted to close her eyes, but fear held them open. Outside, cars passed quietly, lights flickered, but no knock came. Yet, she touched the box, now in her pocket. Compact memory of bone and fragments, she felt its weight still in her mind, even if not physically there. She watched Alex sleep, his chest rising, breathing soft. The knock had been answered, or so she believed. But the mind is a sly place. Doubt can bloom inside you. In the morning, they left again. They passed a sign, "Welcome to Aspen Ridge." Trees flanked the road. Homes sat behind fences. A church steeple far off. Evelyn scanned windows. She saw a door, just the frame, set in someone's yard. She froze. The shape, but the door was dark inside, emptiness. She swallowed. Alex tugged. "Let's go," he urged. She walked. The doorframe stayed behind her in her vision. She forced her gaze ahead. That night, as they camped under stars, she heard wind shift. The whisper of movement. The crackle of branch. She bolted upright. Alex stirred. "Mom," she whispered. But outside the tent flap, nothing but black space. Stillness. She stayed awake. She traced the sounds of her own breath, the darkness beyond. She knows now that the door, if it lives, is patient. Its memory resides in shadows, in fragments in her mind, in the very way she views thresholds. She doesn't believe the boundary is broken forever, but she hopes it has been closed, that she sealed the wound in the world. But the echo lingers, sound behind silence, the half glance at corners. In every door she passes, she sees possibility. Still she presses on, Alex at her side, the road ahead, and no knock, yet. They left the motel before dawn. Evelyn packed quickly, refusing to let the walls close in. Alex rubbed sleep from his eyes, yawning, but nodded when she said they needed to go. The road rose into hills. Trees stretched like silent watchers overhead. The wind carried distant echoes. Leaves against branches, a far off engine, but nothing she could name. She drove for hours in silence, Alex asleep in the back seat. The box of fragments, safely hidden in the glove compartment, locked away. She tried to recall what she had been before the door. Before the nightmare. Bits of memory flickered. Mark reading on the porch, Alex's first steps, laughter in warm sunlight. She whispered them aloud, trying to anchor herself. She realized how fragile memory had grown. Every snapshot felt filtered, altered. She touched her face, her eyes, half afraid no part of her was wholly hers anymore. They crossed a county line, the sign posted with peeling letters. A gas station appeared. She pulled in, filled the tank, stretched her legs. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed. She looked at her reflection in the glass of the storefront. Though dark outside, inside she was sharp, eyes alert. The reflection matched, then lagged, then smiled too wide. She flinched, turned away. Outside, Alex asked, "Mom, are we ever going to stop?" His voice small in the open air. She swallowed. "I don't know," she said. "But I promise. I won't open doors I don't mean to." They hit the road again. Through quiet towns, past windowed storefronts glowing in evening. Evelyn was always scanning thresholds, porches, open doors, gates. Each time she saw one, fear flickered. Was it a door in waiting? Was it a threshold she left unlocked again? She kept her fingers inside the car, never touching handles outside. She sensed her own tension vibrating through the car. At dusk they reached mountain roads. The air cooled. Pines soared. The wind whispered through needles. She parked at a scenic turnout, got out, letting Alex stretch. She looked out at valley shadows, dusk settling. For a moment all was calm. She closed her eyes, felt the weight in her pockets. The memory box, a phantom echo now, chest tight. Then behind her, soft knock. Very soft. 1, 2, 3, in the world. Not in her bones, but outside. She grabbed Alex's hand, spun. The car door was ajar. She had locked it. The box lay half exposed. The glove compartment slam echoed. She scooped it in, slammed closed. The whispers of threshold redrew themselves at the edges of vision. She knew she had escaped one door, but maybe not all doors. She squeezed Alex to her side, breathing fast. The knock did not repeat. Silence pressed. They drove on into darkness. And when she closed her eyes that night, no nightmares came. But in the quiet between sleep and wake she heard faint echo open. They drove into the night under a canopy of stars, so bright that they cast pale shadows on the road. Evelyn kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a door frame floating in the darkness behind them. But as far as she could tell, there was nothing there. Only the hum of tires against asphalt, the steady breathing of Alex in the back seat, and the steady beat in her chest that sometimes felt too loud, sometimes too soft. By the time she pulled into a rest stop, the sky was smoothed to charcoal, and only a few lamps dotted the parking lot. She turned the car off, and the engine's silence was so total it made her stomach roil. Alex unbuckled himself slowly, stretching, rubbing his arms. Evelyn opened her door, stepped out, and stared at the horizon. The world felt big and empty, yet charged, like something weighted just beyond her vision. She climbed out and walked over to the trunk, opening it for supplies. As she rummaged, Alex's voice startled her. "Mom, do you ever think you'll forget it all?" She froze. Could she? Would she? She wanted to say yes, that this chapter could close, that memory could fade. But she didn't believe that. "I don't know," she replied. "But I'll try." He nodded. She closed the trunk and walked to the edge of the rest stop, the wind rustling her hair. The air smelled faintly of pines and cold stone. Behind her, the car sat under a streetlight that flickered momentarily, then steadied. She felt eyes on her. She turned. Nothing. Back in the car, she wrapped Alex in a blanket she found in the trunk and drove west. Hours passed. The road curved. The trees thinned. She glimpsed a river, silver in the moonlight, flowing parallel to her path. The sound of the water through open windows was soothing for a moment. Like the world was reminding her life still moved forward. She allowed herself one deep breath, feeling wind in her lungs again. When she got tired, she stopped at a small bed and breakfast she found from a sign. The place looked warm. Lights in windows, smoke from a chimney, a wraparound porch, rocking chairs silent on the deck. She parked. Alex was asleep before she shut the car off. She carried him stiffly to a room. Inside, she placed the box fragments on the dresser, fingers curled around their memory, even if the physical pieces were no longer real. She lay in bed that night wide awake, listening. The house was quiet, but that quiet felt like possibility. Every creak, every shift in the boards. She flinched. At 3:13 a.m. she sat upright. For a heartbeat, everything still. Then a faint tap. Tap, tap, tap. She bolted upright, knocking the box from the dresser. It clattered to the floor. Alex stirred. She shushed him. She crept to the door. The tap didn't come again. She opened the door. The hallway was dark. No moonlight. No shadows. She slipped along the wall to the window and peered outside. The yard was empty. The lamp by the porch glowed. No door frame. No silhouette. She returned to the bed. Alex was watching her with sleepy, confused eyes. She hugged him close, pressing her cheek to his hair. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." He closed his eyes. She lay awake the rest of the night, tracing scars in her memory, replaying every door she opened, every knock she answered. When dawn came, she packed quietly. The morning air was crisp, tinged with dew and new light. She stepped outside, blew out the breath she'd held. The road awaited. She and Alex got in the car. She glanced behind at the B&B. No door frame, no shadow, nothing. She shifted into drive. As the engine started, her fingers brushed the glove compartment where she'd hidden the fragments. She inhaled sharply. They drove on. The sun climbed. The world looked ordinary again, fields, fences, houses with pruned lawns. But Evelyn held her eyes open. She watched every threshold, every doorway, every shadowed porch. She no longer saw just the world, she saw choice. Each door, each threshold could be a beginning or an ending. And though the knock was gone now, she carried its echo. A memory in muscle, in breath, in bone. She didn't know how long they would walk, or how far they would go. She only knew she wouldn't let fate prod her open again. She would carry the boundary herself. Silence between them in the car, but peace too, fragile, uncertain. And she told herself, this is survival. This is forward. 1 mile, one doorway. One moment at a time. They traveled for days in silence, the road stretching ahead like a wound across the land. Evelyn kept the windows cracked, letting cold air sift in so the car didn't feel sealed like a coffin. Alex sat in the back, reading a battered paperback she'd bought at a roadside stand, but his eyes often lifted toward the windows, watching for doors. She didn't try to reassure him anymore. She only drove. On the 5th morning, they reached a small town nestled between hills and forest. Evelyn stopped in front of a general store, its paint faded, its sign peeling. She parked and got out, stretching muscles cramped from the drive. She left Alex in the car, glancing back at him, remembering the times she had thought she was protecting him, but had hurt him instead. Inside the store, the air was warm, smelling of coffee and varnish. A bell rang overhead. The proprietor, an older man with kind eyes, greeted her. They bought supplies, water, canned food, maps. As she waited by the counter, she caught her reflection in a mirror behind the display shelves. It startled her. The reflection lagged. Her mouth moved a beat before the images did. She swallowed and turned away. Back outside, the sky was overcast. She filled the tank while Alex read in the car. The moment she was done, the bell in the store tinkled too late. She looked up and saw something in the parking lot. A door. Just the frame, standing alone, leaning against a lamppost. It was white, old. No hinge. No wall, no door behind it. It looked out of place, a jarring threshold set into the mundane. Her breath caught. The knock echoed in her chest, soft this time, pleading. 1, 2, 3. She didn't think. Her feet moved her forward. Alex came out behind, puzzled. "Mom." She approached the door frame. The air around it shimmered faintly, as if reality there was thin. She raised her hand, half to touch, half to push away. For a moment she hesitated, but then the door frame flickered. A light behind it glowed. Alex ran up to her. "Don't go in," he whispered. Her hand trembled over the threshold. She looked at him. He looked afraid. She wanted to say no, to step back, to vanish. But she didn't. She whispered, "I have to." She stepped through. The world snapped. She was in a corridor of pale stone. Pillars stretched overhead. The air hummed with something alive. Ahead at the far end stood a door, black, iron, carved with letters she couldn't read. She could hear whispering there, pressing at the edges of her mind. She turned. The doorway behind her had vanished. No frame, no parking lot, only stone walls. She looked at her hands. Dirt flecked her sleeves. The key box, gone. Alex was not behind her. She called his name. Silence answered. The corridor fell silent. The whispering receded. The door ahead pulsed. She walked, each step echoing, until she reached it. She pressed her palm against the iron. It vibrated. The whispering returned, louder now, voices overlapping, calling her name, beckoning. She turned the knob and pushed the door open. Inside, a room lit by torchlight, a dais in the center. A book, huge, bound in black leather, rested upon it. The pages gleamed, words shifting, sliding. She walked forward, drawn. She opened it. The whispering surged. She read, "The door exists only between those who answer the knock and those who do not." Her breath caught. She closed the book. Behind her, the doorway had reopened. She spun, but the corridor outside was gone. Only darkness. She steadied herself and whispered, "Alex." From the darkness came a whisper. Her voice, "Mom." Her chest fractured. She rushed forward into the darkness. The door snapped shut behind her. She fell. Evelyn fell through the darkness, as though the world beneath her had given way. The air was cold and damp, pressing against her skin, and the weight she felt was not gravity but absence. She landed hard on a stone floor, pain blossoming at her hip, and lay there, gasping. The corridor was gone. Instead, she found herself in a vast chamber, lit by torches along rough stone walls that stretched endlessly upward into darkness. The iron door she had just passed stood ajar behind her, its threshold yawning like a wound. Her heart hammered. She staggered to her feet, half expecting Alex to emerge from the shadows, but nothing moved. The silence was a living thing, shifting in the flickering torchlight. The dais was ahead, the black leather book lying open, pages trembling as though alive. The words on the pages shifted with the light, sentences twisting into shadows, then reassembling into new phrases. Evelyn approached, each step echoing in the emptiness. She touched the edge of the book. The whispering voices returned low, layered, calling her name softly. She looked around. Pillars rose like silent sentinels. No windows. No exit, but behind her the door, still open, still offering escape if she dared return. Her fingers traced the lines on the page. One phrase glowed, brighter, only by closing the threshold. Within, can you end the cycle without opening another? The meaning struck her. The door was not just external, but internal. Every version of her, every choice she had ever made, was a threshold. She realized the book held more than words. It held echoes of every time she knocked, every time she answered, every time she stepped through. Her selection of choice had weighted the door's power. A faint scraping sounded behind her. She spun. From the iron door's frame came a shape, thin, pale, skulking. It was Alex, his eyes wide and dark, but his limbs were elongated, his movements jerky. She cried out, lost in equal parts relief and dread. He rushed to her, reaching. "Mom?" His voice cracked. The figure behind him appeared, another Evelyn, hollow-eyed, stepping through the door behind. The corridor there twisted, folding into itself. It extended backward into night. Evelyn held out her arms. "Alex, come here. Stay with me." But the figure in front of her, him, paused. His lips parted. The voice behind him whispered, "You never shut the door in me." She realized that when she placed those fragments, she had closed one entrance, but she had not closed the one between them. The hollow-eyed version pressed forward, merging with Alex, overlaying him, until their silhouettes flickered, combined, then separated. Fear flooded her chest. She gripped the edges of the dais. She had to choose. The door behind her beckoned, the pages before her glowed. She stepped sideways between them. The torches flickered, and the voices crescendoed, echoing across stone. She whispered, "Close it. Do not open any threshold." She turned to the iron door, slipped inside. Darkness swallowed her. She felt the chill of corridors folding, air contracting, space shrinking. Behind her, the book's pages flickered out. The voices waned. She stumbled through tunnels of shadow. At the end, she emerged in utter silence. She found herself standing before a threshold, neither the open door nor the days. A mirror framed in iron, standing free in empty void. Her reflection shimmered. No double stood beside her. She raised a hand. The reflection raised a hand. She pressed forward. There was no knock. The boundary between self and reflection merged. She stepped through. She opened her eyes. Alex lay beside her in the cavern of stone, breathing. The torches were gone. The walls were gone. They were back in that vast chamber. The iron door closed behind them. The book was shut, pages blank. She looked at him. He stirred. "Mom?" He asked, voice small, real. She nodded, voice trembling. "We're done." Silence stretched. Then from behind them, no knock, only the soft closing of a threshold. They walked out together, past the closed iron door, past pillars that no longer bore weight, into emptiness that glowed faintly, and into the dawn beyond the world of thresholds, a world reframed by their choice. They left that chamber as dawn crept into being, the faint glow of a world renewed, touching edges of stone and shadow. Evelyn walked beside Alex through the empty halls that once would have resounded with knocks and echoes, and now were silent, hollow, cleaned of their damage. The iron door behind them was finally shut, sealed by her choice, by her crossing between selves. Alex touched his hand to the wall. It felt cool and real, nothing like the breathing walls she had known. He looked at her, small smile bleeding into his eyes. "Mom," he said, "did we do it?" She nodded slowly, but did not speak. Faith sounded hollow after everything she had lived. Instead, she guided him onward. The passages opened into a bright corridor, white stone glimmering. Light poured in as though the sun itself had found an entrance, though no windows or doors remained. They walked together, step by trembling step. The shadows receded, the whispers died. The only sound was their breathing, steady, present. At the far end, they arrived in a room that felt familiar and distant, at once walls pale, floor smooth, a single door ahead. It looked like any door, unremarkable. But she knew it was the exit, the boundary out of the labyrinth. Alex held his breath. Evelyn's heart pounded. She extended her hand to the knob, steady now, resolved. Before she turned it, she looked back over her shoulder. The corridors behind them lay empty. Doors collapsed, pillars vanished. No mirror figures remained. The book lay closed, pages blank. The place had been unmade and remade by her will. She inhaled, then exhaled. She turned the knob, pushed the door open, and stepped through. Light flooded her, color, wind, earth, the smell of morning grass. She shielded her eyes. When she looked again, she was standing in a field at dawn. Beyond it, her world. Trees, road. The burnt shell of her house in the distance. A scar now healed, edges softened. Alex stood beside her, blinking against the light. She reached down and took his hand. They walked back toward home, not the same home, but their home, remade by this moment. The threshold she once feared would appear again, but she had closed it for good in herself. The knock would not be answered this time, and in that quiet, Evelyn felt something in her chest. Not fear, but silence. As they moved forward along a road reborn, she whispered, "Together." The dawn changed. The world resumed. The door remained behind, sealed, and she carried Alex onward. No more thresholds to cross, no more echoes to answer. Just forward. They walked side by side down the dusty road, pale dawn light stretching long shadows behind them. The world around them seemed unchanged, yet everything felt altered. Wound, mended, fragile. Evelyn's legs were tired, but the weight in her chest had shifted, not dread, but an ache of hope. Alex beside her moved with careful steps, silent but steady. The air smelled of earth and new beginnings. Birds called in the trees, wind rustled leaves, as though celebrating their passage. They passed the scorched remains of their old house, at the edge of the woods. The charred frame stood as a quiet monument to what they had lost, and to what she had survived. She paused by the path leading to it, looking at the ruin, feeling the echo of thresholds behind her eyes. Alex squeezed her hand. She nodded. Together they turned away and continued. No door frames appeared anywhere they walked. No shadows that shaped themselves like thresholds. No soft knocks in the hollow of their bones. Silence reigned outwardly. It was peaceful but vigilant, like the moment after a storm, when the sky is clear, but the ground still trembles. She glanced at Alex. Sunlight caught his hair, made it gold at the edges. He smiled, a full smile, not shy, not haunted. She felt tears come unbidden. At the next town, they found a small house for rent. Humble, unassuming. Evelyn signed the lease with shaky hands. Inside, the walls were plain. Windows letting in morning sun, floors wooden. Alex picked out his room. She unpacked quietly, placing simple things on shelves. A photo of them as a family, smiling pastel beach day, went on the mantel. She kept it there. It was a door she'd chosen to keep open, memory, not threshold. That night she checked on Alex after he drifted off to sleep. In the hallway mirror she saw her reflection steady, whole. No doubles flickered behind. She opened her bedroom door and looked through the house, every corner cast in shadows, but no shape moved. She breathed and closed the door, the latch clicking solidly. In the morning she walked outside. The knock did not come. She felt the pull of thresholds in her mind, but the echo receded. She believed now that what mattered wasn't shutting doors in the world, but in herself, choosing which doors she would let shape her path and which to leave forever closed. She and Alex sat in the yard under the rising sun. He asked about what happened. She told him bits, truths he could carry. She spared him no lies. He nodded, listening. She watched his face, learning the new lines hope had drawn there. Time passed. Seasons changed. Leaves turned, snow fell, thaw came again. She continued to watch thresholds, doors in houses, arches, ways between places, but she no longer flinched. She carried within her the memory of locking, opening, resisting. The knock had receded to a distant memory, and sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, she would hear nothing at all. Not silence, but absence of knock. She would smile in the dark, close her eyes, and let that absence be enough. They lived. She healed. The doors remained sealed behind her, and though the world still holds folds and shades unseen, she walked forward into each morning, with Alex at her side, and no more doors to fear. They settled into routine as the days folded into weeks. Evelyn woke to sunlight, made coffee, watched Alex leave for school. The world felt ordinary in a way she thought she had forgotten morning birdsong. Neighbors calling hello, engines humming on distant roads. She moved through these hours carefully, aware that nothing was guaranteed, that the thresholds she'd sealed were in her mind as much as in the world. Yet, for the first time, she felt the possibility of simply being. On a crisp morning, she walked to the edge of their yard and glanced once at the horizon. The burnt remains of their old home were distant now, soft edges in memory. She let her eyes drift past where once a black door would have hovered. Nothing there. The world looked whole and unbroken, but she knew better. The cracks had been healed, not erased. She closed her eyes, breathed deep. That afternoon, Alex came home early. He held a small envelope in his hand. "Found this at school," he said, handing it over. She opened it carefully. Inside was a simple sketch, a door in a frame, standing alone in a field. But it was drawn in pencil, soft lines, no shadows. Beneath it, in his handwriting, "What about doors we never see?" She felt her throat tighten. She led Alex into the living room. They sat together, and she explained yes, doors had existed, yes, they had walked through thresholds, yes, the knock had haunted her. But not all doors are seen. Some are choices. Some are paths in the mind. She asked him, "Which doors will you open, and which will you leave closed?" He thought, then shrugged gently. "The ones I want," he said. She nodded. That night, she dreamt of corridors and frames, but when a door appeared in the dream, she did not open it. She watched it, stepped away, walked on. She felt her waking self in her dream, guiding her. She woke with her heart steady, not broken by threat, but guarded, alive. Days turned to months. Seasons shifted, leaves gold, snow, thaw. The sketch stayed framed on a shelf. The memory box, once heavy, remained empty in spirit. It reminded her there is space in nothingness too. She taught Alex to plant a tree in the yard, to water, to care. As it took root, she watched its saplings stretch upward. One late evening, as dusk bled across the sky, Alex tugged at her jacket. "Mom," he said, pointing to a distant hill. There, faint but real, was a frame of a door, a silhouette of what once had been possible. She stiffened, breath caught, but she also smiled softly. She took his hand, and they walked toward it, not to enter, but to walk past. As they drew near, the frame dissolved, wood turning to air, thresholds folding away until only the field remained. She exhaled. The world held. The knock did not come. Inside her, the echo had faded to silence strong enough to be sanctuary. And as the sun dipped low, she and Alex walked home together under a gentle sky. No doors behind them, no thresholds ahead that she feared. With open hearts, cautious peace. And a future built not on what was locked, but on what was living. They planted the sapling at the edge of their new lawn, its roots reaching down into soil untainted by smoke. Across the open field, the fading evening light stretched long shadows, but none bent or twisted like door frames. Evelyn stepped back and watched Alex place a small stone beside the trunk, inscribed with their names and that sketch of the door frame he'd drawn. She felt the weight in her chest loosen just a little. Inside, their home felt quiet. The windows glowed warmly against dusk. She made dinner, simple, comforting, while Alex set the table. The routine was unremarkable, yet each small gesture felt like victory. Every bowl, every chair, every cheerful clutter in the corner was evidence that life had returned to them, however cautiously. That night, after Alex was asleep, Evelyn wandered into the living room. She looked through old photos, him as a toddler, her and Mark at a picnic, family gatherings. She traced the margins with her finger, remembering moments she thought she lost forever. She looked out the window, across the yard. The stars were clear. The world was quiet. She breathed. She thought of doors she once feared, frames she'd crossed, thresholds she'd closed. She remembered the knocks on walls, in mirrors, behind her ribcage. She held her heart where the box once had been, thinking all those doors existed, but they no longer hold dominion. The power had shifted into her choices, her boundaries, her love for Alex. She went to Alex's room, watched him sleep, his face peaceful. She whispered, "I won't open anything new," though whispers had power. She pressed a hand to his sleeping head. She stayed until the moonlight softened, then left. Later, in the dark of her own room, she dreamed of corridors, a faint shimmer, a softly humming door frame, but she didn't move toward it. She held still. The door dissolved before she could touch it. She understood now some doors are illusions of the past, waiting for their memory to fade. When dawn came, she rose and stepped outside. The sapling caught the morning breeze. The world stood open. For a moment she expected a frame to flicker in the distance. But there was nothing but land and sky, clean and unbroken. She inhaled, deep and steady. Hand in hand with Alex, she walked forward. No knock echoed. No threshold loomed. She thought, perhaps for the first time, that they were free. And though she knew darkness could stir elsewhere, somewhere, she carried within her the strength to never answer again. They settled into the new routine slowly, like survivors learning to walk again. Evelyn rose earlier than sunlight, stepping out onto the porch with a mug of tea in hand. The air tasted of dew and possibility. Across the yard, the sapling stood firm, leaves trembling in the morning breeze. She watched it, chest full and cautious, as though each new leaf might be a reminder of what was lost or saved. Inside, Alex moved through the day with a lighter step. He asked to help with groceries, set the table, even insisted on raking leaves so Evelyn could rest. She let him, stepping aside to watch his back, to remember that he was no longer a ghost in her arms, but flesh and blood breathing. In quiet moments, she caught herself scanning every threshold, doorways, windows, gates, but when nothing flickered, she exhaled hope instead of fear. Their small home began to breathe again. Curtains swayed with gentle drafts. Wood floors creaked under ordinary weight. Light spilled through windows in afternoons soft as remembrance. Evelyn filled rooms with small things, a new rug, a painting she liked, potted plants reaching toward light. She watched those plants daily, grateful for something in her world that grew without knock. Yet some nights, in the quiet just before sleep, she felt the echo of hinges, the soft tug behind memory. She would lie still, waiting until it passed. She told Alex small truths. No lies, but gentle ones. Yes, the world was strange. Yes, the night had more behind it than she understood. But she told him too that he was safe, that his mother would guard any door she could. He believed her. Over time, the scenes of their old life reappeared in her dreams, but without terror. The corridors, the door frames, they were softer, fading. She walked past them without opening. She remembered that to touch a threshold was a choice, and she chose otherwise. One evening, as dusk gathered, she saw in the distance what looked like a door frame, pale against the horizon. Her breath stalled. Alex at her side, she held his hand tighter. Together they watched it fade like mist dissolving into dusk. She whispered, "Let it go." He nodded. They turned forward again. The night was quiet. No knock came. No boundary stirred to demand her attention. And in that silence, Evelyn understood freedom would not come in a roar, but in absence. In the empty door frame she no longer needed. She drifted into sleep with Alex close, dreaming of ordinary rooms, fresh air, unmarked walls. When morning arrived, she opened her eyes to a world still whole. She rose, stretched, and walked to the window. The sapling's leaves caught sunlight. The horizon stood open. She breathed deeply, no threshold behind her, no pull ahead. Only steps, and the courage not to open the door behind them ever again. They woke to soft gold light filtering through the curtains, the air balmy and still. Evelyn stretched, feeling her limbs ache in a satisfying way, like muscles waking after rest. Alex sat up beside her, rubbing his eyes, and smiled. For a moment everything was simple. Two people, a house, a quiet morning. She held his gaze, memorizing the lines of his face, the warmth in his eyes. They breakfasted on toast and fruit, the clink of dishes familiar. Outside, birds argued in the trees, wind rustled leaves. At the back door, the sapling stood in its planter, sturdy. Evelyn walked across the yard, barefoot, grass cool underfoot. She circled the tree, hand trailing over the trunk, a gesture of gratitude. The world felt patient with them now. She turned at the sound of Alex in the window, watching her. She waved. He came outside, bare feet echoing hers. They stood together before the sapling, shadows long in the morning sun. She said, "I'll protect this doorless life." He nodded firm. They spent the day mending fences, planting flowers, repairing boards on the porch. Each tool she used felt solid, real. No tremors underground, no whispers through wood. Each nail driven home, each plank placed was an affirmation this life is theirs. At dusk, Evelyn sat on the porch with Alex. The sky blushed purple and orange. The world beyond their yard stretched quiet. She watched horizons, doorways and distant fences. None flickered. No frames hovered. She felt a fragile joy. Inside, she lit lamps and placed photographs, old ones, of Mark, their former home, of happier times, and new ones of Alex, of everyday moments. Each frame shot a memory, not a threshold. She arranged them on shelves. Late at night, as Alex slept, she sat by the window with a notebook. She wrote, "We walked past the door. We closed the door. We live on the side of light now." She paused. The quiet was so broad it felt like an embrace. She closed the notebook gently. In sleep, her dreams carried no corridors. She walked in meadows, over fields under sky. Doors were soft glows in the distance. Not calling, just existing. She stepped around them. Morning came and she awoke calm. The light was steady. She rose. Alex stirred. She smiled. They walked forward into the sunlit day, two souls unthresholded. Keeping vigil over the life the seasons had shifted again, and the edges of the air carried the soft promise of summer. Evelyn opened the windows in the morning, letting the breeze move through the house like a gentle cleansing. The curtains fluttered. The floorboards creaked with harmless familiarity, and the scent of wildflowers drifted in from the fields beyond. It was a peace she still approached like a stranger, grateful but wary. She had learned that quiet could be either a comfort or a warning, depending on what waited underneath it. Alex was thriving. He laughed more, read endlessly, and talked about planting vegetables when school ended. Sometimes Evelyn watched him from the doorway, his face in sunlight, his fingers pressing seeds into soil. And she could almost believe none of it had ever happened. Almost. But some truths leave fingerprints on the soul, and hers remained faint, but permanent. One afternoon, while unpacking boxes still left untouched in the attic, Evelyn came across a photograph she didn't remember taking. It was of the old house, before the fire, before the knock, before the box. She froze, fingertips grazing the edge of the print. In the window of that house, so small it could have been a trick of light, was a frame. Just a frame. Empty. Standing where no furniture ever had. She stared at it, heart beginning to quicken. But she didn't panic. She didn't cry. She simply placed the photo back in the box and closed it. That version of the past no longer held power. She was done opening doors with her fear. That night, as rain ticked gently against the roof, she stood barefoot in the hallway. No knock came, no breath from behind the walls, and yet she stood still, listening, not for what might come through, but for the deep hush of a house finally at rest. She stepped into Alex's room and pulled his blanket up, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. He murmured something in his sleep and rolled over. She lingered a moment, watching his chest rise and fall, then turned to leave. She passed through each doorway in her home deliberately, without dread. Every threshold crossed without fear became a kind of reclaiming. The hallway into the kitchen, the archway leading into the living room. Even the back door, once a thing she'd glance at 10 times an hour, now stood as it should, silent, shut, unthreatening. In the quiet hours before dawn, she wrote in her notebook again. The words came slowly, but they felt whole. There are still doors. There always will be, but I choose which ones to open, and that choice is everything. She closed the notebook gently and placed it beside her bed. Outside, the wind moved through the trees. The world beyond their little home breathed like something at peace. Evelyn lay down beside the sleeping house, her heart no longer echoing with unseen knocks. If something ever came again, she would meet it standing. But for now, she had no more doors to open. Summer arrived in quiet bursts, first with the chirping of crickets, then the scent of sun, warmed earth, and finally with golden light that lingered long after the sun dipped behind the trees. Evelyn stood at the edge of the garden, dirt under her nails, sweat along her brow, and felt something unfamiliar creeping into her chest, contentment. Real, undisturbed. Her fingers pressed into the soil not out of survival, but simply because things could grow again. Alex thrived in the warmth. He spent afternoons sketching trees and building forts from branches, his laughter echoing between fence posts like a song she thought she'd forgotten. He came inside sunburnt, exhausted, and grinning. He told her stories, strange dreams, ideas for the future, what he wanted to build, who he wanted to be. And Evelyn listened. She listened with her whole being. Because every word out of his mouth reminded her they'd made it through something most people never could. But on one otherwise ordinary afternoon, Evelyn heard it again. Not a knock, not a whisper, but something else. A tone. Barely there. Like metal humming from far away. She paused, frozen in place beside the garden. Alex was inside, humming to himself as he washed paintbrushes in the kitchen sink. The sound came from nowhere. It was a vibration in her bones more than her ears. It passed quickly, gone in seconds. But her breath caught. That night, she found herself in the attic again. Dust settled in corners. The single bulb swayed slightly as she pulled open a long, ignored box. Inside, old receipts, forgotten letters, pieces of a life that had no place in the present. And near the bottom, wrapped in fabric, was a piece of wood. A fragment, smooth, pale, familiar. She stared at it unmoving. It was a piece of a frame, just like the one she had burned. Just like the one she had closed. She carried it downstairs and set it on the table. She didn't call Alex. She didn't panic. She sat across from it, watching it like it might breathe. Hours passed. The fragment never moved. It did nothing but exist. But its presence gnawed at her certainty. She had thought she ended this. She had thought it was over. Later that night, after placing the piece in a drawer, Evelyn went to Alex's room and watched him sleep. She pressed a hand against the wall, half expecting it to vibrate again. It didn't. Still, she whispered into the silence, "You don't get to come back." The next day, she buried the fragment. Deep, beneath the garden, wrapped in stone and fabric. She didn't perform a ritual or burn sage or speak to any imagined entity. She simply returned the thing to the earth, far from doorways, far from dreams. But something had shifted, not in the world, in her. She began noticing more. Shapes and reflections. Patterns in the way dust settled on the floor. Moments when the house seemed to inhale and hold its breath. The knock never came, but absence had its own pressure, its own weight. She started writing again, this time not just in notebooks, but on the walls of the attic. Symbols, phrases, warnings to herself, a map of survival. Alex, perceptive as ever, asked, "Is it happening again?" And Evelyn, staring at the ceiling where she had once seen nothing but safety, answered truthfully, "I don't know." But she did know one thing. She was not the same woman who opened the first door. She was something else now. Something stronger. Something vigilant. Because some doors don't stay closed forever, and some knocks don't need to sound at all to be heard. The days that followed passed slowly, as though time itself were uncertain whether to move forward or back. Evelyn kept up the routines. Gardening in the morning, meals at set times, keeping Alex busy with books and games. But the quiet in the house had changed. It was no longer restful. It felt poised, like a breath held just a second too long. She stopped listening for knocks, but she started watching the corners more often. The cracks in the floorboards, the reflection in the glass as she passed. Nothing moved, but she could feel the hum returning, the low, aching pulse of something that remembered her name. It was subtle at first. A cold draft through a closed window. A shadow that lingered half a heartbeat too long. The sound of the kettle boiling, except she hadn't turned it on. Once, she opened a cupboard and found a single black key resting where the coffee mug should have been. No tag, no lock it belonged to. She stared at it for several long minutes, then picked it up and dropped it into a bowl of salt, covering it completely. She didn't explain it to Alex. Not yet, not unless she had to. He seemed more at ease than she was, still smiling, still curious. But there were moments, fleeting glances, small hesitations, when she knew he felt it too. One night he came to her room and asked if he could sleep beside her. When she asked why, he just said, "The house feels like it's remembering." That word clung to her in the dark, remembering. The house, the doors, the box, herself. She woke in the middle of the night a few days later, heart pounding, to the sound of 3 soft taps. Not on the door, but from beneath the floor. Slow, measured. Familiar, she sat up in bed holding her breath, the sound reverberating through her ribs. It didn't come again, but the stillness that followed was worse. She went to the kitchen and stood barefoot in the middle of the tile, listening. Then she saw it. Not a full frame. Not yet. But the floorboards near the back door were splitting, just slightly, in the shape of a rectangle. Perfect lines. Too clean to be rot, too defined to be damage. A line of shadow bled upward between the cracks, like something was trying to push through. She didn't scream. She simply stared, then backed away. She didn't tell Alex. Instead, the next day, she visited a hardware store in town and bought cement. When the man behind the counter asked what the project was, she smiled and said, "Just sealing something that shouldn't come back." He chuckled, not understanding, and wished her good luck. She spent that afternoon mixing and pouring, sealing the back corner of the kitchen in thick layers of gray. It wasn't about keeping something out. Not really. It was about telling the house, and herself, that she was not afraid. Not anymore. But that night, she found the black key again. It was on her pillow. Uncovered. Cold. And the salt bowl was shattered on the floor. Evelyn held the key in her hand and whispered, "You had your chance." Then she walked out into the night and buried it in the woods, deep and far from the house. She didn't mark the spot. She didn't want to know where it was later. When she returned, Alex was sitting in the hallway, arms wrapped around his knees. He looked up at her, and though he didn't ask where she'd been, she saw that he already knew. "We're not done," he said softly. "No," she replied, kneeling beside him. "But we're not broken either." And outside, somewhere in the distance, too far to hear, but close enough to feel, something began to stir again. The doors had memory, and they were starting to wake. The morning after she buried the key, the sky felt thinner. The clouds hung lower, and the light filtering through the windows seemed dulled, as if passing through gauze. Evelyn moved through the house with a stillness that mirrored the air. She didn't mention the key. She didn't need to. The silence between her and Alex said enough. He sat at the table with a book open in front of him, but his eyes weren't moving. He was listening. Both of them were. Not for sound, but for pressure. The kind that builds right before something happens. The kind that pushes behind walls and under floors. Later that afternoon, while tending the garden, Evelyn saw it. A sliver of something unnatural, straight edges standing between the tomato plants. It wasn't a full door, just two vertical posts rising from the dirt, about waist high like the beginnings of a frame. No top beam, no panels. Just the idea of a door, an intention, and somehow that was worse. She didn't call Alex over. She dug it out with her bare hands, fingers slicing into soil, nails bending. But when she tried to lift the posts, they didn't move. They were rooted too deep, too far down, beyond where human hands should reach. That night, she returned to the attic. She'd told herself she was done with old notebooks, with marking symbols, with tracing the past, but instinct drew her there. When she opened the trapdoor, she felt the weight of the house above her pressed down, like it was aware of her presence. She didn't flinch. She climbed into the space, dust rising around her like ash. In the far corner, beneath a loose board, she found the box she thought she'd burned. Not the original, no. This one was smaller, a replica, but it hummed the same. She opened it. Inside nothing. Empty wood. But the moment her fingers touched the base, the air changed. The walls of the attic shifted, ever so slightly, like breathing. She whispered, "Not again." The box pulsed. Not in light or heat, but in memory. Echoes, footsteps. Doors opening that should have stayed closed. When she closed it, the attic groaned. Beneath the floor, she heard a soft knock. Then another. 3. She backed away from the box and descended the ladder. Alex was standing at the bottom, eyes wide, lips parted. "It's starting again, isn't it?" he asked. She didn't answer. That evening, she sat with him on the porch. The sky was bruised with dusk. Wind blew harder than usual, and somewhere, something whistled. Not through trees, but through hollow wood, like breath pushing through an open keyhole. Evelyn took Alex's hand. "You remember the rules?" she asked. He nodded. "Don't open it. Don't speak to it. Don't invite it. And if it speaks first, pretend we never heard it." She smiled, thin and wary. "Good." They sat in silence until the stars came out, and inside the house, a doorway formed in the mirror over the fireplace. Not a reflection, not a trick of the eye, a real threshold, framed in black wood, smooth and familiar, with a knob that glinted like it remembered her grip. She didn't look at it directly. She didn't go near it. But deep down, she knew the door she'd sealed wasn't broken open. It was remade, and it was waiting. The mirror was no longer a mirror. It was a frame, blackened, seamless, impossibly still. Evelyn stood across the room, staring at it without stepping closer. She had seen too many doors not to recognize what this was. It hadn't come from her opening it. It had formed itself. And that was the most terrifying part. For the first time, the house hadn't waited for permission. Alex appeared in the doorway behind her, barefoot, silent. His voice barely rose above a whisper. "Is it the same door?" She didn't answer. She didn't know. It looked like it. But there was no hum. No breathing, no whisper on the other side. It was perfectly still, as though whatever was behind it had all the time in the world. They moved through the house together in silence, checking windows, corners, reflections. The shape in the mirror never changed. It didn't beckon. It didn't glow. It simply was. A wound that hadn't bled yet. That night, Evelyn pulled Alex's mattress into her room again. She needed him close. Not because she thought it would protect either of them, but because whatever came next, they had to face it together. Sleep didn't come. Not fully. She drifted in and out, mind caught between memory and fear. She dreamt of black hallways with no end, of voices speaking in her own tone, of hands pressing lightly on her shoulders in the dark. But none of it woke her. What did wake her was the silence, a silence so pure it rang in her ears. She opened her eyes. The house was pitch black. The power was out. She rose slowly. Alex was still asleep beside her. She stepped into the hallway, every board underfoot cold. A soft red glow pulsed from the living room. She didn't want to look, but she had to. And when she did, the mirror, frame door had opened. Just a crack. Enough for a line of red light to spill through. Enough for a sound to whisper out, faint, garbled, like static underwater. She stepped forward, heart in her throat. The air smelled of ash and damp earth. And just inside the crack, she saw movement. Not a figure, just a hand. It was hers. Identical. Fingers curled on the edge of the door, holding it from the other side. "Don't," Evelyn whispered, voice raw. But the other hand didn't move. It waited. She could feel her heartbeat in her ears. Could hear Alex shift behind her, beginning to stir. She had to decide. If she let it open, even a little further, what would step through might not be able to step back. But closing it, could she close it again? The choice was hers. And for a long, suspended moment, the house stood still. Then she heard it, the knock, 3 times, from behind the door. But the hand didn't knock. Something else had. Behind her, Alex stood. "Mom," he said, barely audible. "We don't have to open it." "I'm not going to," she replied, and she meant it. She reached toward the crack, not to pull the door open, but to push. The frame trembled under her touch. The other hand on the inside trembled too. It didn't fight her. It let go. As if relieved, she pushed hard, using her entire weight. The crack sealed with a sound like air being sucked from the room. The red light vanished. The mirror's surface returned, rippling briefly before becoming glass again. Her reflection blinked back at her. It was just her. Just Evelyn. Alex came to her side, clutching her hand. "Is it over?" She didn't say yes. She didn't say no. Instead, she answered with the only truth she had left: we choose. Every day. That's how we keep it closed. They spent the rest of the night on the porch, wrapped in blankets, listening to the wind move through the trees. The house behind them was still. The stars overhead endless. They didn't sleep. They didn't need to. The door was closed. And they knew now. Not all knocks are meant to be answered. Not all doors are meant to be understood. Some are meant to be resisted. And resistance, in the end, is what makes you whole.